G'day, May 40. Here people are losing their minds on this H-1B visa debate. And I come down with the restrictionists. I think the H-1B visa program is massively abused by employers to hold down wages for Americans. And I think there's a simple solution to this controversy. Fewer immigrants, but higher quality. So let's take the elite. Let's take, say, the 10,000 most qualified immigrants to enter this country, and let's just leave it there. Stop illegal immigration, stop all other immigration, stop refugee intake for a while, and allow America to regain a sense of social cohesion and social trust. But just because you are right on an issue does not mean that you cannot do substantial damage to your cause. And just because Elon Musk might be wrong about a few things does not mean that he deserves to be condemned as a charlatan and a con man and someone who is betraying MAGA. Elon Musk is a complicated person. I'm a complicated person. You're a complicated person. I have said so many idiotic things. I've done so many bad things. You've likely done the same. Elon Musk is constantly saying stupid things, and he also has contributions to make. He has elements of the con man. He has elements of the charlatan. He has elements of the fool, and he also makes substantial contributions. He has dramatic character flaws. I have dramatic character flaws. You likely have dramatic character flaws. So instead of looking at people primarily through the prism of good guy, bad guy, look at them under what situations are they excellent? Under what situations are they terrible? Elon Musk has something to contribute, even though he said some stupid things on the H-1B visa program. Vivek Ramaswamy has contributions to make for Republicans, for the conservative argument, for MAGA, even though he has said some tone-deaf remarks. And people can be wrong about all sorts of issues and simultaneously still have something important to contribute. And it's just not worth dismissing people. It's not worth self-destructing. So if you're going to live stream on some hot button topic, all right, don't play with knives while you're doing it. Right? Don't play with guns. If you strongly disagree with the H-1B visa program, don't go public with how much you hate Indians. Missing people is not worth self-destruction. All right, you're not a bad person if you have negative feelings about any group, but you are self-destructing if you are publicly announcing your negative feelings about entire groups, and you are weakening your side. Right? Your side looks stupid. Your side is damaged when you make your loathing for Indians or your loathing for Jews or your loathing for any particular group a key part of your opposition to immigration. So do you want to do good, or do you just want to feel good? Do you just want to vent, or do you want to be part of something positive that is improving your community and your life and connecting you with high quality people, or do you just want to hang out with marginalized losers and complain? So this is one leftist who is absolutely cavelling. All right, she is having the best time over this train wreck on the right. So maybe there's something to be learned from an enemy here.
You guys, somebody pull me off. Pull me off. I can't stop. I can't get off Twitter. I can't stop following this car wreck, this train wreck, this Chernobyl of MAGA white nationalists versus the tech broligarchy, who are also kind of eugenicists, who are more like libertarian anarcho-capitalists, who their whole ideology is surrounded by the almighty dollar and squeezing the life form out of every single person until they can conform to be a perfect cog in the capitalist machine to make money for people like Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. It is fun watching terrible people with terrible ideologies fight each other, because there's no winners in this fight. They're both awful. You have the white supremacists being mad at the idea of like immigration because they're Indian. And then you have the sociopathic billionaire oligarchs in Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk who are only defending immigration because they want because first of all, they don't believe in nation states, okay? Like all this America First shit is like totally fake. They don't give a fuck. Those kinds of oligarchs like Peter Thiel and shit, those tech bros, they don't believe in nation states. They believe in like anarcho-capitalism and monarchy so long as they're sitting at the top of it. It's all about maximizing profit for themselves and turning people into good cogs in the machine. So they only want the H-1B visa so that they can abuse workers, because that system is so fucked, the way that it just like forces workers from other countries to basically be indentured servants to the corporations. So that's the only reason why they want that. Anything to maximize their profit. But they used the rubes in MAGA in order to get the power. They pretended to be MAGA and then flipped the switch now that Trump has won. Which, sorry, but how did you not see this, MAGA? How did you not see this? Some of us told you that they were frauds. Some of us told you, but no. You thought the leopard wasn't coming for your face. And now you've got Vivek Ramaswamy talking down to white people. And MAGA being like, listen, the thing about white culture that's inferior to Asian culture. It's so amazing. You guys spent your whole lives talking down on Black Americans and being like, Black culture, and now Vivek is turning around and using that same playbook on you. Less time at the mall, Whitey.
Okay, leftists are rejoicing at the MAGA meltdown. And don't exactly have my tech all working as I would like right now. Doggone it. So why the heck isn't this working? Okay, let's try adding Windows capture. Okay, add source. Windows capture, add source. Ah, there we go. All right, let's expand this. And doggone it. I'll pull it together here. So maybe expand a little bit more. Pull that over here. Okay. So good Twitter thread here by Robert Sterling. This program is massively, H-1B1 program, massively popular with employers, has a statutory limit of 85,000 visas per year. But employers routinely receive approval for more than 800,000 applications per year, or 10 times the limit. The average salary for an H-1B is relatively low, slightly under $120K this year. Given that much of the H-1B debate pertains to tech workers, you would think that the average salary would be higher. No. So salaries are disproportionately weighted towards the lower band. So 17% for under 75,000, 21% for under 75,000, 100,000, 22%, 100,000, 125,000, just 15% are 125 to 150,000. So in other words, 75% of jobs are paying under 150,000. So this is a way of holding down wages. People who come in on an H-1B visa are essentially indentured servants. And it's massively incentivized for employers to hold down salaries. Right? This is not a program for the top 0.1% of talent, as it has been described. Right? This is a way to recruit hundreds of thousands of low-wage IT and financial service professionals. America needs to be a destination for the world's most elite talent, but the H-1B program is not that. And switching to other sentiments here on Twitter. Hey, man, I just don't want to compete with the entire world for housing and jobs. All right, we should take care of our own first. Makes sense to me. Dennis Prager has railed against incompetent DEI doctors. What do you think would happen if a Black neurosurgeon attends Dennis Prager in the ICU? The chair of the neurosurgery department where Dennis Prager is hospitalized in Los Angeles is Keith Black, MD. But he may well be excellent. So many doctors of color benefit from affirmative action, and that casts a pall on the qualifications of all Black doctors in many minds. But this particular chair of the Department of Neurosurgery may well be excellent. All right, most Aussie interaction ever.
It's a big dog, mate.
Shove that camera up your ass. Stop fucking pointing it in my face.
I think you're pardon, you fuckwit. Go fuck yourself. What do you expect, mate? You're walking a fucking llama.
Hey, mate, go and get some fucking praise. There's a difference between a fucking alpaca and a dumb cunt like you. That's an alpaca, alright?
Yeah, you look like one, you fucking fuckwit.
Fuck off, you dumb fuck.
Look here.
Okay. Ian Bremmer's got a pretty good summary. Ian Bremmer, I think, generally center-left.
On the back of the biggest fight in the United States that we have seen among Trump supporters since his election win. Started off when Vivek Ramaswamy, the billionaire, the co-director of this new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE as they're calling it, writing that we have to bring in lots of high-talent immigrants, complaining that American culture isn't getting it right for the people that they need to hire in order to make the United States win and more competitive. We hear it all the time. You need to staple a green card to every STEM PhD that's being awarded to non-Americans in the U.S. so they can stay. You need to keep those students here. You need to bring in far more talented legal immigrants in larger numbers to address the talent gap in the United States. And then if Americans want to win, that's what you need to do. The average American has heard this before, and they've heard it for a long time. To be clear.
Okay, let me catch up. I had some technical difficulties. Let me catch up now with the chat. Ricardo says, let me guess, Luke is pro-Indian flood. I've been pretty clear over the years that I am for immigration restriction. So why would Ricardo think that I am for a flood of immigrants when, for I don't know, as long as I've been live streaming on YouTube, I've been for immigration restriction. With regard to blogging, I've been for immigration restriction for 20 years. I think you'd have to be poisoned to think that I support a flood of immigrants. I've never said anything like it. On the other hand, I don't think that someone like Elon Musk, who is for more H-1B visas than I am, is just automatically a contemptible person and a charlatan and someone who's backstabbing Donald Trump and the MAGA cause. He's a flawed human being who is often wrong, and he is often right. If I am so poisoned, then why is my worldview so predictive? Did I not call this, these Indians are high IQ? What did you call? No YouTube notifications popping up on stream. Less than 75K, we're importing their under owners. Right. So I am for a tiny number of highly skilled immigrants. I am not for a flood of immigrants. So if we could restrict all immigrants to 0.1% of the number of immigrants we take in right now, I would be down with that. So let's just perhaps take in a maximum of 10,000 immigrants total a year, and let's make them only of the highest quality. We need more Indians because they support the Judeo-Christian crusade against the Muslim world. Yeah, this is fascinating. People just... they read all sorts of conspiracy theories into why employers want to hold down wages. So I can't make the case for why we need a flood of immigrants. That's not my battle. There are things that we have in common with Indian Americans, and there are things where there is tension. There are benefits that they bring to the table. There are detriments. So I think overall, it appears that Indian Americans pay far more in taxes than they take out in social services. I think it's a really bad idea to express public loathing for an entire group, such as Indian Americans or Jewish Americans or Turkish Americans. On the other hand, all groups benefit from accurate criticism, including Indian Americans. I suspect that there are problems with Indian Americans. So we have some highly successful immigrant groups that seem to commit a lot of fraud, disproportionate amounts of fraud in certain areas. So I'm thinking about, there's this major insurance company that had an attorney list, of which something like 80 to 90% of the personal injury attorneys on this list were Jewish. And so if they got a claim from any attorney on this list, right, they would automatically deny it. And I think this same company would automatically deny claims from, personal injury claims from blacks, and there would be fraud adjusters in the insurance game who would come to specialize in the vast amounts of crime committed in Southern California by immigrants from Eastern Europe. So different groups not only have different gifts, different groups often have a number of people in their midst who create disproportionate amounts of havoc, and pointing out that there are some Indian Americans behaving badly, Jewish Americans behaving badly, Armenian Americans behaving badly, Greek Americans behaving badly, that there's a problem in this community or that community, right? If you're striving to be accurate and fair, then you're doing a good thing, right? Telling the truth is usually a good thing. Vivek is vocalizing the Davidian trope that our current regime is just revenge of the nerds. The Duve is never wrong. I'm convinced Duvid is frequently wrong, and I think that Vivek will live to regret his comments that we need a revenge of the nerds immigration policy. H-1B visas are a gateway to foreign espionage, period. Well, they might be. I don't have expertise in that area, but I would like to see us take 0.1% as many H-1B visas as we currently take. Nick Fuentes is more right than wrong, but he's so dramatically wrong on so many things that I invariably find people who praise Nick Fuentes for his foresight, they're not generally people with whom I feel aligned. Luke, I guess that you are pro-Indian flood because you love elite human capital. Yes, I do. And you love the powerful side of the argument. Yes, I do love elite human capital, but most people flooding in through H-1B visa programs are not elite human capital. You love that. I am interested in power. That doesn't mean that I favor all forms of power, right? Communism is an example of power, and Nazism was an example of power. There are many forms of power that I don't think are a good idea, particularly for America. Employers love Israel too. Employers primarily care about themselves. Americans primarily care about themselves. Jewish Americans primarily care about themselves. Most Jewish Americans are not particularly invested in Israel. And so the idea that America's primary problem is its support for Israel, or that is one of America's top 5 problems, I'm skeptical of that argument. What about Palestinian Americans? Are they cool? Well, Richard Hanania is a Palestinian American. Very smart guy, highly educated guy who says a lot of idiotic things, but also says some smart things. So in general, I think the more that we have in common with our fellow Americans, the better in general. But sometimes bringing in people who are of a different race and a different religion, right, it may take a toll on social cohesion and social trust, particularly if they behave badly. On the other hand, if they behave in an exemplary fashion and show themselves to be a significantly positive addition to America, then groups have always, at times, taken in outsiders and welcomed outsiders. So the focus should be on the performance level of groups and on individuals, not just an instinctive loathing. Now, it is completely human to have instinctive loathing for others at times, but it is a bad idea to express that instinctive loathing publicly, particularly under your real name, when you're trying to make an argument in policy, because you will repel far more people than you will attract to your cause by making a strong basis of your argument your instinctive loathing for, say, Indian Americans or for Zionists. So I generally side with the immigration restrictionists, but there's a tremendous amount of self-destruction going on among some members of the immigration restrictionists, and a lot of self-destruction going on by the opposite side as well. Elon Musk, by taking away those such as Laura Loomer, taking away her access, taking away her reach because she disagrees with him on H-1B visas, Elon Musk is making a massive fool of himself, as he regularly does online. So all sorts of unnecessary self-destruction and antisocial inclinations playing out in public, in addition to some very sharp argumentation. So here's Ian Bremmer.
It is not like the U.S. economy isn't winning right now. You look at the stock market. You look at...
Right. So if you think you're living in a dystopia, I think you're wrong, that America's a pretty good place for all its problems, and in all likelihood, the dystopia is inside of you. It's not with America. It's not with Donald Trump. The American economy, compared to other major powers, is doing pretty well. America has problems, but to think that living in America is anything akin to living in North Korea, I think, is absurd.
Corporate profits. You look at Elon Musk, the dude is worth nearly $500 billion, and that's with a very strong dollar.
And Elon Musk, perhaps the richest man in the world, and there is a charlatan element to that. There is a con man element to that, but it is substantially outweighed by a track record of substantial achievement. And sometimes Elon Musk sounds much more like a con man than he does like a figure of substance. And Elon Musk does himself no favors when he leans into the con man side of his personality.
Look at how the United States' economy has performed since the pandemic, while Europe and Japan and South Korea and Canada and others just are not, and they're not innovating, and they don't have the big companies. And, you know, I've heard this about others.
So are we mature enough to welcome the contributions of people with whom we have substantial disagreements? Right? Why would we need to have 100% agreement? My father would talk about in essentials unity, in non-essentials, don't have it. In non-essentials, the equivalent of freedom, and in all things charity. But everyone's a mixed bag. All right, so Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk have contributions to make to the United States of America, whether as Republicans, as members of MAGA, as conservatives, or just as citizens of the country. So let's welcome everyone's contributions and simultaneously criticize them for the stupid things that they say and propose. And why can't we just hold both in mind at the same time instead of consigning them to either good guy or bad guy? But mixed blokes, just like you and me.
Issues. I've heard about tariffs. I've heard about free trade. You hear it about, investment and capital flows around the world, and need to make things work more effectively for the big money in the United States. And working class and middle class Americans know that when elites in the U.S. say that the U.S. is going to win, that it doesn't mean them.
So I was a longtime right-wing free market guy. And Donald Trump has started to shift my thinking. And now I see that the United States government and our institutions and our major politicians, whether from the Democratic Party side or the Republican Party side, are primarily on the side of corporations, and they're not on the side of the average bloke. And I would like to realign our institutions, and I would like to realign our politics to be primarily on the side of the average bloke, the average citizen of the United States of America, rather than on the side of corporations. On the other hand, I don't want to demonize corporations. I don't want to demonize Big Pharma. Let's recognize Big Pharma for the contributions that they make. Let's criticize Big Pharma for the bad things that they do. Let's recognize the good in corporations. Let's criticize the bad. Let's keep an even keel. But let's realign our national priorities more along the interests of our fellow citizen and not primarily in the interests of corporations.
The United States, for so many Americans, is a country of second-class healthcare and second-class education and second-class opportunity.
Elliott Blatt says Vivek is a scammer. Well, I'm not the world's expert on anything I talk about on this show. I'm sure Vivek has participated in things that have a scam element to them. He's also a person of some substance. He has some rhetorical gifts. He has made money, and I don't think he's made money purely as a scam. Why not just look at him as a bloke with good sides and bad sides? Right? Scammer, I don't think, would be the best one-word description of Vivek. Right? There's certainly the element of the con man to both him and Elon Musk. But there's also substantial achievement in both of their track records.
Opportunities. And if the American dream doesn't work for the average American citizen, then you're telling them we should be bringing in really much more talented Indians. Good luck with that argument for them. And those of you that know me know that that's not my personal perspective. I grew up in the projects with a mother, though, that did absolutely everything for her kids. And I had opportunities. We had opportunities. I feel very lucky to have been born in America, not better than anyone else, not having any more intrinsic worth, just super, super fortunate. So the American dream absolutely worked for me. Capitalism in the US and the ability to be an entrepreneur absolutely worked for me. But most of the kids that grew up in my neighborhood don't feel that way today, along with far too many working and middle class Americans. And if the United States felt like the land of opportunity, instead of a two-tier system where you buy your way into privilege and you buy your way into opportunity, and then you make sure you do that for your kids.
So one of the great things about the Anglo powers, such as the United States, England, and Canada to some degree, and Australia to a greater degree, is the relative low level of corruption. And America has simply become a lot more corrupt. Australia has become a lot more corrupt. Canada has become a lot more corrupt. And England has become a lot more corrupt over the past few decades. And there were many positive things about the strong Anglo culture that produced relatively low levels of corruption. And there are benefits, but there are also prices to be paid from moving on from that Anglo cultural dominance. Maybe we should have some gratitude for the WASP elite, for the good things that they did, recognize the benefits that they bring to the table, and recognize the benefits and the problems when we replace the WASP elite with a new meritocratic elite.
And the best indicator of how well an American is going to do is how fortunate your parents are. Compared to other advanced industrial democracies, rich democracies around the world. Well, that is not a country that's going to say, yeah, we need to do more to help the wealthiest win, because the wealthiest have already figured out how to win for themselves and their lobbying dollars and their access to the best that the world has to offer for them in the United States. If the average American felt that way and felt that applied to them, then Trump wouldn't be president today. You wouldn't have America first resonating for so many people that want to undermine globalism, because globalism wasn't about the globe and it wasn't about all Americans. It was about just getting it done for that small group of people with access to capital. This is the failure of globalism. And this is why the United States doesn't want to take the lead on global security or global trade or even global democracy anymore. And you have to be a leader at home before you can effectively lead anybody, never mind everybody else. This is what we're facing come January 20th. I think it's a useful fight to see play out publicly.
Steve Saylor gets to the core of these discussions better than anyone else I know. So he wrote last night, "It's been a fun day on X with all sorts of people debating immigration policy. Elon Musk appears to have come around to my moderate view." So Elon Musk is all over the place with regard to immigration. And so we have Richard Hanania tweeting, "Imagine you're a right-wing populist and you are always insecure that the vast majority of smart people don't agree with you." Well, insecurity has an adaptive function. You're not a bad person because you feel insecure. Then the greatest entrepreneur of our time enters the political arena. He's smarter than any liberal who looks down on you, and you finally have hope, and then you find that he supports more immigration. So Richard Hanania is basically open borders. Matthew Iglesias, open borders. Brian Kaplan, right? All these blokes favor open borders. Elon Musk, however, responds to Richard Hanania, "I don't support an open immigration policy at all. I support a highly selective immigration policy." So the amount of selectivity that Elon Musk supports may not exactly align with what you would like. And almost nobody is going to perfectly align with what you want. I don't think we should dismiss Elon Musk because he is for a little more immigration than we would like. Elon says, "Immigration should be limited to those who will contribute far more than they take." I agree with that. Immigration should be limited to those who will contribute far more than they take. And Steve Saylor responds, "Richard, never occurred to me before that my fellow American citizens are on average pretty average. Thus, they might not benefit from America's borders being flung wide open for a rat race against 9 billion other humans. Where would I be without your genius? Matthew Iglesias is upset that I am proposing a reasonable compromise, and Steve Saylor's reasonable compromise is fewer immigrants, but higher quality immigrants. And this is Iglesias. The mind of the anti-immigration monomaniac is prepared to concede that a person with a 99.9 percentile GRE score, that's graduate test score, would be beneficial. But why have such low view of the average person? Paranoid, zero thinking, bigotry, I don't get it. And Hanania is worked up. He says, I once searched random topics on your blog, the Steve Saylor blog, like global warming and littering, and you only discuss them in the context of immigration with few exceptions. That's a pretty good test of being monomaniacal. It's hard to read Steve Saylor and accuse him of being monomaniacal. Steve Saylor responds, as opposed to elite human capital littering discourse, which advocates shooting litterers. And there's Richard Hanania tweeting December 30th, 2023. Was in Hollywood today, saw a woman scraping graffiti off the window of an optometry office as it was opening, just doing her job. I'm genuinely puzzled why we don't shoot people who litter and vandalize property. No part of me understands a reluctance to do this. So there seems to be some tension inherent in Richard's current thinking, where he endorses open borders for immigration and shooting all those who tag and litter. So people like Richard Hanania, Matthew Iglesias, Brian Kaplan are aware that different people have different gifts, yet they are considered respectable voices because, unlike Steve Saylor, they make up for their sinful recognition of the tree of knowledge of good and evil by advocating open borders, which is an absurd extremist policy stance. So Steve Saylor asks, why is being a complete whack job on immigration policy considered to make up for being aware of basic social science statistics or basic real life experience that different groups have different gifts? Let's bring Kip back onto the show. Kip, what's going on, man?
Hey, buddy, you put the bat signal out pretty early today. I guess
Yes,
you were looking for a
sir.
little bit of. I noticed Ricardo was in the chat a minute ago. I still remember how disillusioned and bummed out he was. What was that, about a week ago when we talked to him last? When you talked to him last?
I think it was Thursday.
Mm-hmm. I was just gonna say, kind of hum a few bars of a rap for him, maybe perk him up, because it's about reality and how we can get disillusioned sometimes. You know what I mean?
Please,
Is that
go
okay?
ahead. Yep.
Okay. I feel like I bring the black culture to you sometimes in a way that nobody else can, Luke. But let's see what we got here. I used to be friends with reality. She used to be a pal real close to me, but she tried to hide from me what was in store. She tried to house me, but a house has doors. I was insane and the picture was crazy, so the relevance here seems to be a bit hazy, but I'll try to explain it in the simplest terms. She let the cross burn and it was my turn. She said the roses are red, the violets are blue, and things are going to stay that way too. And I was the nut to believe all this. I've just figured life would just hand me bliss. Now I have to worry about certain doom, or will I have to be here tomorrow afternoon? Now ask me about the future. What do you think? You think he can relate with that little line from the late Prince B?
Well, Ricardo's not going to listen to any critics such as myself right now. The point is to use Ricardo, not talk to him and try to change the real person, but to use him as an example to then build an idea off of. So maybe someone else will listen and get some benefit. But you never change anyone when you set out to change their mind. It just doesn't happen.
Well, for the record, if it helps Ricardo, I believe reality can get a little bit squishy sometimes. So it makes it a little bit hard out there. You know what I mean? When you're out there in the wild, when you get disillusioned, you feel like you've, lost that scaffolding, that axis mundi or whatever. It can be a little bit troubling. But anyway, I had a fever and the only prescription was more Luke Ford. So here I am, buddy. And as you know, you deserve brevity, but all I really know is levity. So best we can get was a rap for Ricardo to get kicked off with. But what I was going to say is, boy, when I got put in a, you know how in ninth grade when you go off into high school, for me, ninth grade was the first year of high school. And you go off into high school and you're feeling, you're not as grown up as everybody, and they're all way ahead of you in every category. Guys got their peckers are all fully developed and they got hair under their arm. You remember that feeling of being, what's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yes, it's called feeling small in a big world, and we never become immune to that.
And also, I don't know how it was with you and Callie, but you're getting dumped into, the middle school wasn't as big as the high school. Damn sure the elementary school wasn't as big as the high school. So anyway, I'd had this dude that I knew from the neighborhood, Tim Fawcett, and I guess it was like the first week of school, and we're just sitting there at the lunch table eating. And, I don't know any of these grown-ups around me, these people they had just, the year I showed up in high school, they just started like yanking out the smoking areas. You get what I'm saying, Luke? These were grown people I was dealing with. But it was kind of society-wise, it was where they were trying to say, we don't want you grown up at 18. Let's back it up to 21. And eventually I think now they've got it at 25. But back to the story. So Fawcett and I are sitting there eating the lunch chow. And all of a sudden, Luke Ford, this guy that I've known through the neighborhood, playing neighborhood football, he's always been sort of normal. He was a little bit of a bullshitter, but other than that, he was okay. He gets possessed right at the damn lunch table. I believe they call these things grand mal seizures, but Tim Fawcett nor I knew anything about such thing. This is the first time he had ever experienced it. And to me, it looked like something off of The Exorcist. And I mean, I was kind of helpless, and none of the grown kids, they were just grabbing their popcorn watching. Nobody was really coming to like help out. And the thing had to like play out. And afterwards, man, he was acting like he had just ran a marathon or something. But anyway, you ever had anything like throw you way off your game like that, where you're so far, I'm not a medic. How the fuck can I help this guy? I'm just a little lowly ninth grader. Tell me what I was supposed to do there, Luke Ford.
Well, you want to have the best possible relations with everyone, because life will be constantly sending you curveballs, and this is a curveball, and we're not going to be identically suited to hitting every curveball that life throws at us. So ideally, we have good relations with family and with friends and with community, and we can reach out for help. I had someone very close to me have a seizure a few months ago, and I'd never been in that situation before. So I picked up the phone and I called 911, and they came over and they took the person to hospital, and within a few hours he was okay, and they're able to figure out what happened. But some people are better suited for dealing with these situations than others. But the more at ease you are with yourself, the more at ease you are with reality, the more effectively you will react in crises such as that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just so far out of my element at the time. You know how it is, probably 13, 14. I was young. Later in life, I had a Dalmatian who had I guess you would say, the human equivalent to those grand mal seizures. And he also, too, would feel like he had, he was acting like he would have run a marathon afterwards. But the dog would come to me and sit on my lap, I don't know, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes before his seizure. So I thought that was pretty cool. And I don't know if in some situations they'll actually put dogs that can do that with the kid that does that, because he can warn the kid just like he can warn his human whenever he's getting ready to have one himself. So that's pretty weird how they have powers that we don't. Were you aware of there's things like that?
Yeah, different forms of life seem to have different gifts.
Mm-hmm. Along that same vein, when I go out with my dogs in the morning, I've got 3 dogs, but 2 of them are sisters. And you and I sometimes will wax poetic about a sabia, and I wonder how, let's say back before a man had language or whatever, if they could work in tandem the way my dogs do, that they don't by God, they don't need language, Luke. They can hunt and do things without language in the same way that maybe not as good, but in the same way, if you've ever seen ants, ants don't seem to need any language or nothing we can hear. If you, but if you step on the edge of their anthill, they'll be coming out from all directions within 1 nanosecond. I mean, they've got something that helps them work together. And same thing with bees. They seem to have that. I'm sure most of the animal kingdom seems to have that power, but as humans, sometimes we think we're so much more above the animals. But if you think about those royals in the Middle Ages and late Middle Ages, they would sit around just marveling at the orderliness and the efficiency of a beehive. You ever heard some of those, read some of that stuff in the Middle Ages where people will start be waxing poetic about the beehives and how great they are, and if only we could make that with a human city. I think Plato was the same way. But what do you think about that?
Yeah, there are benefits. There are great benefits to cohesion and trust. There are also some benefits to diversity and mess. So I would like a more cohesive, more trusting America, but I want to make the best of the reality that I have before me. And I think the beginning of wisdom is to recognize your powerlessness, right? I cannot change American immigration policy. I have so start with that I am powerless over national politics. And then as a second step, perhaps I can make a tiny difference, but begin with the admission of powerlessness, that our own ability to shape national politics is probably a lot less than what we think when we are in our most engorged moods, where we think, I'm gonna change the world. There's often a use for that kind of fantasy thinking, but if one is consistently making bad choices based off those fantasies, then one probably needs to reset and begin with the proposition that I am powerless over national politics. Allow that to reset your system, like come to peace with that perspective, not allowing that perspective to be the end of all perspectives on the topic, but just allow it to reset your system.
Right. I'm just thinking, knowing what we know about the capacity of the human brain, what we've learned since the scientific revolution. If you could think back to the way humans were, that kind of, what we see in the ants and the bees, or even my dogs, how awesome must humans have been back before words, you know what I'm saying? When they were 100% instinctive, like the animals, because they had that big brain working in their favor. So it would probably have been awesome to see. You get what I'm saying, Luke?
Oh yeah, I mean, words don't come easy to me. I mean, I'm just a music man. Melodies are my best friends. My words keep coming out wrong, so I just.
Well, the words can't really express the feelings, and the books, they're trying, and we're able to accumulate and add on to that knowledge. But there is a price to pay. When we went from before we were speaking words to after, you lose something. You lose something, maybe on the intuition side or whatever side that man maybe it once innately had, but now it's not so inborn in us anymore.
Well, we still have all sorts of reactions which we can't articulate, but serve us. All right, someone rubs us the wrong way. All right, somebody might be watching me right now, and I just rub them the wrong way, and there's probably some benefit to that reaction because I may be the wrong person for them to listen to right now, and so we have all sorts of precognitive reactions which are not less valid or less useful because they can't be put into words. And if you have this overpowering feeling that you can't articulate, it's not necessarily inferior to some highly cogent, well thought out philosophical argument, right? There are all sorts of premonitions and reactions and instinctual responses that we have prior to cognitive processing, which serve us.
Mm-hmm. If that person in the lobby don't like Luke Ford, tell them Mr. Beast and Joe Rogan are down the hall to the left. get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying, bro? Anyway, I was going to say, I was thinking as I was walking today, because I had nothing for the show. I mean, nothing. I wanted to rap with you, but at this point, I didn't know what it was about. Then all of a sudden, I started thinking about the time from me coming up in the late 70s, early 80s to where I had my kids in the late 90s, and how we had changed from a society to where we were throwing lawn darts around. Do you remember jarts? Do you remember jarts, Luke Ford?
No.
No? Well, they sort of worked like, I don't know, think of a missile meets horseshoes. You know what I mean? You've got these heavy objects that are basically almost like you see people throwing darts, in the pubs, but they're probably, I don't know, somebody can correct me, maybe a 10 or 12 ounce version of a dart. They don't have quite the same pointy end, but what they can't do with the point, they could surely take out ears and eyes and everything else. But it's just weird how we went. There was such a Darwinian sense of responsibility on everyone else. And I remember by the time I put the first trampoline together for my kids, not only did it have these big ass pads that went over the bars around the edge, but it had this big ass net that goes around the side of it. It was I was contributing to the romper rooming of my daughter's existence. You get what I'm saying, Luke? And it happened right under my nose. This I don't know if you want to call it insurance liability age, gynocracy, whatever. What would you call this? What would you call this that I contributed to that seemed to happen so fast in a matter of 15 years, Luke?
Well, one thing to call it is a response to incentives. America is a highly litigious society, and so reducing your legal liabilities will make sense for people with anything to protect. We've also moved society in the direction of harm reduction, and there are many benefits to this, but there's also a huge price to pay. There's absolutely nothing that doesn't come with a blessing and a curse, or almost nothing that doesn't come with a blessing and a curse. So moving towards harm reduction comes with the blessings of reducing many harms, but it also comes with the harm of reducing human freedom and perhaps coddling people and enfeebling people. So, I mean, the H-1B visa program, right? The enormous number of people that we allow in through this program, I think overall is a bad thing for America. But at the same time, I want to recognize that there are benefits to the corporations who are doing this, and therefore perhaps benefit to us as consumers. Overall, I think it's a bad thing, but we should recognize that there are also blessings in policies that we oppose. Overall, we might see that the blessings are not worth the curses, but I try to see as many sides and dimensions to a topic as possible.
Yeah, I will say on this subject, because you keep weaving back to that, because that's your job. You're the current events guy, and I'm going way back in time here, talking about the 80s or whatever. Yeah, I will say, I remember it was a bigger deal. I don't know that it is now, but in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, people used to say one reason that keeps California so far ahead of the pack is the brain power that they would import on those, were they K-1 visas? Is that what they were called, Luke Ford?
There's H-1B visas and other types of visas that, so we bring in a lot more people essentially as indentured servants, and that provides corporations with bang for the buck, right? They don't pay them very much money compared to the value that they get from them, but it reduces the wages of our fellow American citizens.
Mm-hmm. Well, some of those well-to-do Asians apparently liked California, and I don't know, I've heard people, I can remember one in particular, Michio Kaku, that's old crazy-ass string theory guy, but I heard him talk about it really helped California in ways that Californians don't even realize, because they were importing all the smartest minds from Asia, and I don't know what you're saying with its H-1B, H1. Maybe you're saying this is a little bit more lower IQ thing that they're thinking about augmenting. Is that what we're hearing?
I'm saying we take in way too many immigrants. We should take in far fewer. I would like to take in fewer than 1% of the current number of immigrants that we take in. But a reasonable compromise is to, of those immigrants that we admit, make sure that they are elite, make sure that they are of the highest quality.
Mm-hmm. One thing, I was watching something last night, and it was a Mormon girl, and she was talking about, I guess, she was discussing some of the magical aspects of the faith and the connection to the Freemasonic stuff and all that. She was discussing that, but I was getting to the heart about how she really, what was her problem. Her problem is that everything that comes out of Joseph Smith's mouth or Brigham Young's mouth or whoever basically flows through saying the man is the man, he's the head of the household, he's the direct beacon to God, or whether he's the one. I think in their religion, if they play it right, they become sort of a god or whatever. But she is a woman, all she's allowed to do is attach to that man or whatever. Hey, that's not good enough for her. I could tell that's what the crux of her problem was. I don't know if it's the quality of men that she's seeing in Utah or wherever she's at out west, but that wasn't going to work for her. You get what I'm saying? That it is such deeply ingrained in young women now that hey, I won't mind mentality, that they're not even willing to play whatever that coupling was that religious people were willing to pay. Were willing to play just only a generation ago. You want to speak to that? How that something's changed in women. They're unwilling to take that role anymore. Luke Ford.
Well, women are much more likely to color within the lines, right? Women pay far more attention and deference to social cues. And so when feminism becomes the ascendant ideology in their social group, they will get in line with it, just as I see within Orthodox Jewish women in some communities. They all got on board with QAnon because that was the exciting new way of thinking a few years ago in parts of the Orthodox Jewish community. So women are highly susceptible to social cues. They are much less independent than men. They are much less likely to defy social cues, and they are, in that sense, perhaps more malleable than men. And I think that that distracting women from marriage and motherhood in favor of career has derailed many lives and left not just individuals but America as a society worse off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Talking about how cultures can get swamped. One of the things I sent you in the email, you could tell I've been reading my history, because I sent you a clip about some history, to kind of set some things right as far as white indentured servants and all that kind of stuff. But what I'm thinking about as you're talking about immigrants, I'm thinking about how New York, was settled by the Dutch in the early first half of this, maybe around before 1650, and it must have been popular, and the people of Massachusetts must have had a strong odor of religion that was real stifling to them, because apparently the English kept flocking to that Dutch colony. And I guess it was around 1660, they fought a war somewhere. England won, and the Dutch basically had lost control of New York. But at the dawn of the Revolution, so in 1776, of New York's 170,000 citizens, over one half of them were still Dutch. So they still had, for the most part, those Dutch farmhouses. They still had their Dutch ovens. They still had their Dutch windmills. And that was 1776, and I'm thinking, I bet that shit was long gone by 1876. It had all, and you think there was 170,000 people in New York, and how quickly did it get to like 19 million, which was that's 100 times larger. And just the Dutch were swamped. I mean, I'm sure there's probably some vestiges of Dutch people around there. Lib could probably tell us more, but isn't it weird how just in a century, the whole culture that was there, that apparently was unique and interesting, and everybody liked it and sort of flocked to it, it just got swamped. You want to speak to that a little bit, Luke?
Yeah, I mean, you see the same thing among pond scum. You have one type of pond scum, a different type of pond scum moves in and destroys the first type. You see it among plants, you see it among animals, you see it among people. Life never stays the same, right? The world is constantly changing. Now, the people who originally develop a city such as New York, they will often have an influence over that city's culture that will still persist to this day. So I'm not an expert in New York. I don't think I've ever read a book on the history of New York, or I don't think I've ever read a book on the culture of New York, but I suspect that you will still see substantial Dutch influence in New York City today, from street names to parts of its culture. So the United States, for example, was overwhelmingly founded by Anglos, and there is still a disproportionate Anglo level of influence in our political and legal culture and other parts of the United States, even though our ruling class is no longer dominantly Anglo.
Yeah. I mean, it's still there, bro. Like Brooklyn is a Breukelin, I think is the way of the city of Brooklyn. That's the Dutch city of Brooklyn that the Brooklyn that you know of has copied. And then, of course, Bronx, I think it was originally Bronck's. That was a farm, now we know it as a hell on earth. But Stavant, all those words, the bridges and stuff that they have, a lot of them are still Dutch, So yeah, the vestiges are there, but the little Dutch ovens and the windmills and all that kind of stuff, I think those are probably some of the rich landowners that are left. You know what I'm saying? That some of those elite Dutch families maybe were some of the ones that their ancestors had the most during that time or whatever. So that's just neat the way all that stuff changes. Also, I had a question about what do ultra Orthodox Jewish people believe, because it is apparently so strange that nobody's ever really defined it for me. Is that the people that were had the tunnels in New York that made the news maybe a year ago? Would that be the ultra?
Okay, so ultra-Orthodox is a term used by people who are secular to try to understand people who are so serious about their commitment to their religion that it's unfathomable. So the people who are called ultra-Orthodox will almost universally reject the term ultra-Orthodox, but here are some characteristics of the traditional Orthodox Jews. So there are two types. There are the Hasidic traditional Orthodox Jews and the non-Hasidic. So Hasidic Orthodox Jews who had a Hasidic day school education are going to be pretty weak in basic skills such as English and history and biology and secular learning, so much so that close to 100% of graduates from the leading Hasidic day schools in New York City will fail a basic test of competency in these areas. The non-Hasidic traditional Orthodox Jew will pass these tests. They will have a much more solid grounding in the basics of a secular education. The traditional Orthodox Jew will be less likely to go to a secular university than the modern Orthodox and other Jews. They will be less likely to believe in evolution. They will be less likely to be Zionists. They will tend to dress in a distinctive fashion. They will lead a life that is pretty segregated from wider society. They're overwhelmingly likely to be virgins when they marry. They'll be highly unlikely to get divorced. And they will spend far more time, many more hours studying Torah than other types of Jews. They will take Torah more seriously. They will experience it in a much more visceral and direct way as coming from God. They will be less inclined to take a distant and academic approach to sacred text. So they will experience a cohesiveness and a high level of social trust and a sense of the presence of God in their community far more than more secular Jews. And they will take the various claims of the great rabbis and of the principal sacred texts of Judaism much more seriously than other types of Jews. But are there particular beliefs that you're curious about?
No. Well, I'm wondering, I'm thinking somewhere on that end of the spectrum lies, I call myself a mystic, but you can tell I'm really sort of like monk-like, kind of reject modernity and that sort of thing. I would think somewhere on that end of the spectrum is the Jewish version of me, right? It's there somewhere, right? That rejects most of modernity.
Right. So you can always find similarities between you and some other group. So there would be some mystical parts of you that would have a great deal in common with other mystical traditions, whether Jewish or Muslim or Baha'i or Christian.
Mm-hmm. That Baha'i, do you know anything about that?
Yeah, there's an old joke from 50 years ago that Jews who earned, say, less than $70,000 a year were Orthodox. Jews who earned less than $150,000 but more than $70,000 were conservative. Jews who earned over $150,000 but say less than $500,000 were Reform, and Jews who made over $500,000 a year were Baha'i. So
okay.
It's I don't know very much about it, but it has a lot of high achievers who subscribe to it.
Right. The guy, one of my favorite books is Seven Mysteries of Life by a guy named Guy Murchie, and he was into that Baha'i faith. And all I know is when you look at his biography of his life, it's like he lived 4 lifetimes or whatever, so super high achiever, just like you're describing there. I was going to mention to you that I was going to ask you a question about that Doug Rushkoff. I saw
I know. I mean, I've met him. I've read some of his work. Go ahead.
Do you mind pulling up? He's got a 58-second. If you'll just put up Douglas Rushkoff and Jews, Jews. There's a 58-second clip. I was going to ask you where this instinct comes from, or is he just totally off base? You got a mind? You got a second to do that?
Yeah. I think I've played it before. So let me see.
While you're looking for it, I'll ask
wait, stop. Okay, I've got it. So just stay muted for 1 minute while I play it here.
What makes Judaism dangerous to everybody, to every race, to every nation, to every idea, is that we smash things that aren't true. We don't believe in the boundaries of nation state. We don't believe in the ideas of these individual gods that protect individual groups of people. These are all artificial constructions, and Judaism really teaches us how to see that. In a sense, our detractors have us right, in that we are a corrosive force. We're breaking down the false gods of all nations and all people because they're not real. And that's very upsetting to people.
Okay, so let me mute that and let me play it again and comment on it line by line. So this is Douglas Rushkoff, author of Nothing Sacred, The Truth About Judaism. So first of all, Jews who actually practice Judaism would be appalled by Doug Rushkoff. He doesn't practice any recognizable form of Judaism from a traditional perspective, but he is an attention seeker. So I was just reading a book that here, hold on for 5 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, so I was just rereading this book. It's called Enlarging America, The Cultural Work of Jewish Literary Scholars, 1930 to 1990. And it talks about one Jewish guy who was unhappy with his life on a kibbutz in Israel. So he moves back to the United States. He takes a job as a manager at a grocery chain like Safeway, goes to night school, gets his BA, then goes to graduate school, and he finds out he decides to specialize in literature, and he now needs to write essays on literature and publish them. And he sits down in a library and starts reading a lot of literary essays, and he sees that the key to getting published is to think of the most subversive thing possible and then find 3 examples that support your subversive thesis. So you will see this with live streamers. Think of the most subversive thing possible that you would feel comfortable uttering publicly, then think of 3 examples that support your subversive and attention-grabbing thesis. And this is a fantastic way to get attention. And so Doug Rushkoff is thinking of the most subversive, attention-grabbing thesis possible that will draw attention to him and to sell his book. So he comes out with it. He thinks of some examples to support it. And this is the operating principle behind a lot of people who are great at grabbing attention, right? Think of something that is as subversive as you feel comfortable uttering. Think of 3 examples to back it up and then go full bore with it, and you'll grab people's attention. Now, on the other hand, if you optimize for truth, you're not going to do this because truth is more important to you than grabbing attention and selling books. If you optimize for minimizing potential harm to people who listen to you and you optimize for the social good, you're not going to do this also. But if your primary value is getting attention, then you're going to utter incredibly subversive sentiments because it's a fantastic way of getting attention. And Doug Rushkoff knows that a great way of getting attention is to say these subversive things. And that's pretty much how most successful pundits and live streamers operate. Okay, Kip, back to you.
Okay, so basically you're saying if that instinct is there, it's just a minority that hold that instinct. More so, you think he's just trying to, it's his way of getting some attention, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it was a very effective attention-grabbing meme, but it's coming from someone who's not optimizing for truth. So right. I could say something about Christianity that's incredibly subversive, or something about Judaism, or something about, like, it's, if you're optimizing for attention, you can come up with things that will grab people's attention, but you have to be downplaying the importance of truth and decency.
Decode that for me. You're saying he's just full of shit there, is what you're saying, right?
I'm saying he's optimizing for attention. He's not optimizing for truth. There is an element of truth to what he says, but he's not primarily interested in truth. So if I say there is one God, I am also saying that all claims of more than one God are false. So when he notes that Judaism says there is one God, therefore all the multiple gods of other religions are false, that's factually true. If I say that that the only form of marriage is heterosexual marriage and that all other forms are deviant, then I'm obviously optimizing for one form of marriage. I'm declaring all other forms of marriage to be deviant. And so once Judaism stands for certain things, it is simultaneously standing for the negation of all alternatives. And so everyone who believes in the truth of their religion is simultaneously affirming the falsity of other religions, or at least a substantial degree of falseness in other religions. So if I hold out to you, Kip, that Orthodox Judaism is divine truth and God's fullest expression of his will to humanity, I am simultaneously arguing that large parts of Christianity, Islam, and other religions are false.
Okay. Yeah, it's been said that, Christianity was really just Platonism for the commoner. And
there's an element of truth to that. So I'm probably rebelling against my father, but Christianity to me seems to have much more Hellenic mystery cult religion influence than coming directly from the Hebrew Bible. But if I'm optimizing for truth, I say there's a substantial part of the Hebrew ethic in Christianity. There's also a substantial part of the Hellenic ethic in Christianity, and that Christianity, like Judaism, manifests very differently in different circumstances. So
Mhm.
Christianity is not just Platonism, right? It is Platonism plus Hellenic mystery cult religion plus some elements from the Jewish tradition, and it is manifesting differently in different circumstances.
You can see that it was basically a woke cult, for the lower end of society of its day. It was a woke mob. I mean, that's a good analogy for it, in my opinion. Do you agree?
There are elements of that, but that's not all it was. If you wanted to join a group that looked after each other, then Christianity was frequently the best alternative. And so it wasn't just some woke mob. Christianity was simultaneously a powerful force for nations for a time. And then there became other manifestations of Christianity that became globalist and woke. So the woke culture is a mutation of Reformed Christianity, otherwise known as Protestant Christianity. So dominantly Protestant societies were the world's first societies that became overwhelmingly secular societies. So Roman Catholic societies became secular at a much slower rate because Protestantism was primarily about the heart and the mind and theology and preaching, while Roman Catholicism was much more about things that were physical and concrete. And there's a physical, concrete community and feast days and holy objects, holy times. It was much more corporate, while Protestantism was individualized. And so a corporate religion based in physical expression is going to last much longer than a more ethereal theological approach like Protestant Christianity.
Mm-hmm. I get, even if he's in a minority, like I say, even a small minority, that instinct to like smash gods, idols, or ideas, we can agree that's a destructive impulse, right?
It's a destructive impulse if what you are smashing is serving people. So, for example, it's conceivable that someone believing that their pet turtle is God might serve them, right? They might go through a difficult time where they have no friends and their only friend is their pet turtle, and imputing some grand cosmic significance to their pet turtle might well serve them. So, imputing a divine status to some arrangement of rocks or of trees or of the stars, that might serve you. In fact, I think as Deuteronomy, something like chapter 4, verse 20, I believe it's Moses telling the people of Israel, do not worship the sun, moon, and gods, because the one true God gave these entities to the nations of the world so that they may come to him. So, in other words, Deuteronomy is saying that the nations of the world can learn to come to God through expressions of the natural world. So if you are smashing and destroying something that is serving people more than it's harming them, then you're doing harm. On the other hand, if you are smashing and destroying things that cause people more harm than good, then you're doing good. So I don't know how you stand for anything without simultaneously negating that which is in opposition to what you stand for. So let's say in some kind of crazy world, I love you, then I would simultaneously hate anyone who threatens your well-being. And so 40 isn't that destructive that you hate these people who threaten Kip. But no, because I want to protect Kip, that which threatens Kip. If I want to protect the United States of America, I hate any entity that threatens the United States of America. So you cannot love anything without simultaneously hating that which negates it. So hatred is almost invariably the flip side of love. So look at, there's a terrific new movie called The Order, which is pretty fair. It shows this white nationalist splinter group, The Order, that committed a bunch of bank robberies and tried to live out a terror framework from the William Pierce novel, The Turner Diaries. And this group emerged out of Richard Butler's Christian white nationalist compound, I think, in Idaho. And so when people joined Richard Butler and then joined The Order, they fell in with a strongly identifying in-group. But when they're strongly identifying in-group then commits such flagrant and dramatic crimes that they bring down the wrath of law enforcement, then a lot of people got imprisoned for lengthy periods and were killed in firefights with law enforcement. So most people benefit from an in-group identity, but some people take the intensity of their in-group identity way too far and lose touch with reality. So it's not like universally believing in something is good, and it's not like universally debunking something is bad. It's highly contextual.
Yeah, but when the let's just say whenever, let's say, a Karl Marx type or the Bolsheviks, the Jewish Bolsheviks, or like the Emma Goldman or Goldberg, whatever her name was, is that impulse? Are they getting it from like their rabbis, their scriptures, their psyche? Is it genetic? What's your thinking on that, Luke? Because you know that habit of wanting to scratch at things like that, I don't want to say it's uniquely Jewish, because I'm sure there's people of all faiths that do it, but it's more predominant with Jews. Where's that impulse coming from, sir?
Well, the higher IQ you are, the more likely you are to live in an abstract world. So the more likely you are to become disengaged from reality. And there are many powerful advantages from living in an abstract world. So composers of classical music disproportionately live in an abstract world, but there are also many downsides. So it's certainly not coming from the rabbis. So those Jews who are pro-communist, right, are very rarely Orthodox Jews. There are a tiny number of exceptions, but generally speaking, the more religious the Jew, the more politically quiet they are, the less inclined they are to revolution. But there were powerful reasons why overwhelmingly secular Jews felt comfortable with communism, because in Russia, prior to the communist revolution, there were considerable limits placed on Jews, and one of the founding principles of the Soviet regime was an end to anti-Semitism. And so Jews had astonishing success under Soviet communism, akin to how Jews had astonishing success in the United States of America. So you had an end to persecution simply because they were Jews under communism. So why would Jews not be attracted to that? Overwhelmingly, the politics of the right in Europe supported substantial restriction on Jews. So why would Jews support politics that wanted to restrict and persecute them? So it made sense that Jews in Europe frequently sided with the left, which generally was far more inclined to be opposed to restrictions and persecution of people based on tribe, religion, ethnicity, or race. So there were many substantial benefits. So rather than thinking there's just something essential about Jews that predispose them to revolutions, it is more helpful to ask, what were the incentives operating that led many Jews to identify with socialism and communism?
10-4. You know, as you were talking, I got thinking about the scandal of about 20, 25 years ago. There was a city in Rhode Island, I believe it was, that was coming under scrutiny because they weren't willing to hire people with IQs, let's say over 120. So a lot of your viewers would not be able to be a policeman there.
Well, there are good reasons for that, because you don't necessarily benefit from hiring police with IQs over 120, because they then become bored with many of the more pedestrian parts of their job. So that perspective of not hiring for police with people with high IQs, there may well be good reasons for it.
Yeah, if it's a 120 guy like me from the hood, he's going to know 42 ways from Sunday to make good rackets out of being a cop. I mean, give me a break, Luke. That's like letting a fox in a hen house. Anyway, I probably said too much there, but I was going to change gears a little bit with you and say that my mom, love my mom. She wears me out. She was calling me every day, sometimes twice a day. So I told you, I got to do something here. So I started taking her to the shelter, and it took, I think it was the fourth trip before I finally got her the cat that was perfect for her. She kept saying no, 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 because she'd hold those cats, and cats are skittish by nature. So we had to come across the right cat who did not mind being held and was going to be playful and all that stuff. So anyway, I found that cat. He started meowing. It took me 2 minutes to get Mom settled down in the cat room. This cat kept meowing. I'm like, man, what's going on with you, man? You want out here? You want to see my mama? And he wanted to rub up against her, and he wanted her to pet him. And she's like, this is the cat. And I was like, thank Lord, because this, like I say, it's like the 4th trip up there. So anyway, fast forward to how's it going since then? I don't think my mom remembers she has a son anymore. No more calls. She used to need something, like I say, every day, twice a day. Now she doesn't call. Now I have to call her every weekend and say, it's Saturday morning. You ready to go grocery store? Oh yeah, I hadn't even thought about it. So isn't that weird how you can get replaced by a $20 cat at the shelter? Anything to say on that, Luke Ford?
Yeah, the world is constantly changing, and people are constantly changing, and our relationships with others are often in flux. We're always living in a liminal space, meaning a space that is transitioning from one stage to another. But you brought to mind the latest episode of the TV show Landman, which I strongly recommend, where the 2 lead bimbos, these selfish women who seem to lead lives, fixated on dressing in the most sexually provocative manner possible, they start volunteering at an old folks home, and it's a beautiful thing. Pass.
Yeah, it was like these Saturday grocery trips. It wasn't enough to stave off the calls coming every day, for the other 6 days a week, and the taking her to the lunch after the grocery trip, that wasn't enough. And the trips to the bookstore that I had tried for the last maybe 4 weeks when I had picked her up, it wasn't helping. It was that cat. It was that little cat fixed everything. So
hang on. I got an additional thought. I remember when I was at UCLA, I chose a quiet floor. I wanted to be on a floor filled with serious students, and most of the students on that floor were Asian, and they were first-generation Asian immigrants. And almost to a person, they all regarded as an honor if they would have the opportunity when their parents aged, that they would move their parents in with them and take care of them. And I just thought that was fantastic. I just thought that was so self-abnegating, self-sacrifice. It just seems so admirable, the high quality of family life that I saw among these first-generation Asian immigrants, and also to a lesser degree among Jews on my floor. I had so much admiration for that, because I couldn't think of any of my white Protestant peers from earlier in my life who would have regarded it as a privilege to move their aging parents into their home and to take care of them.
Right. Yeah. That's it's scary to see how we're going, because that was so commonplace just 2 generations ago, and now it's like people equate old people to death, and they don't want it. Fucks their groove up. You get what I'm saying, Luke? I'm talking about the average Western mind. That fucks their groove up. They don't want to be associated.
Right. Let me jump in again. So 2 quick points. I remember I have had a number of therapists, and often early on with a new therapist, they'd ask me how close I was to my family. And one time I said, I'm about average for a white person, meaning that with the ethnics that I knew, they had much closer relations with their family than I did. And second point, let me think. Hang on, give me 5 seconds to pause. Oh, yes. There's a positive trend in family life that I have seen since the 1980s, that increasingly adult children have friendly relations with their parents, and that when kids become adults, right, the relationship between them and their parents changes from parent-child to being friends. And then when they're friends, they're able to happily live with each other and enjoy each other. And I think that's great. I don't think that the parent-child relationship necessarily is obviously better off staying on a hierarchical basis. If adult children can develop friendly relations with their parents, I think that's fantastic.
Yeah. You're right, but by the same token, I mean, my father was part of what they call the silent generation, where children were seen and not really heard, and the generations before that, they were really more like chattel property. But with my peers, I saw them trying too hard to be BFFs, but BFFs with their kids, and I mean, you're saying it helps them now that the kids are an adult, but I don't know that it served them during those years when they were growing up.
Right.
don't know.
Obviously, when there are times that you want a parent to parent, but when the child is an adult and they can become on friendly terms with their parents, I think that's great. But obviously, if anyone strives in too much in one direction inappropriately, it is not a good idea. You should never ask more from a relationship than it can give. So if I were bombarding you with texts, right, it would be too much, even though you may previously had esteem for me, but then suddenly I become too intrusive, right? It becomes annoying. So if you bend inappropriately in any direction, it's not going to work out. So let's say a parent confides way too much in their 9-year-old child, right? That's a bad idea. Let's say the parent says, you're saving me because your father is, denying me love, and if it wasn't for you, I'd commit suicide. That's a terrible thing. And if a parent fails to live up to their responsibilities as a parent because they so want the love of their child, obviously that's a bad thing.
I was going to speak for a second about like religious cults and self-help books, and say that in my mind that they're just simply operating systems or program that one chooses to adopt, like when Luke Ford swapped out Seventh-day Adventist 1.0 for Judaism. I'm not religious, but chose to run an operating system myself called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People for a time in my life by Stephen Covey. And it was originally packaged for the Mormon LDS men to kind of guide them on their way to trying to become the divine. They got their own beliefs, but you get what I'm saying on the, it's just, in my mind, it's just operating system, programming, scaffolding or whatever. And it really doesn't matter that Stephen Covey's 7 Habits are just repackaged LDS stuff, because it worked for me. It worked for me when I needed it to work for me. 10-4, you got something
Right.
to say
Some people benefit from listening to 40. Other people would benefit from not listening to me. Some people benefit from listening to parts of Jordan Peterson's oeuvre. Some people benefit from listening to parts of Dennis Prager's oeuvre. Other people would be better off reducing the amount of time they spend listening to Dennis Prager and Jordan Peterson. Some people benefit from becoming more religious. Other people benefit from becoming less religious. Some people find some benefit in some aspect of self-help for a time. Other people do their lives detriment by spending way too much money and time devoted to self-help. Some people are way too into self-help gurus such as Tony Robbins. Usually I would think that if you're deeply into some self-help guru, that overall that's going to do your life more harm than good. It's also different strokes for different folks. I was temperamentally, psychologically suited for life in Judaism. Many people are not. Life in Judaism is challenging. It's highly competitive. It's highly demanding. It is filled with verbally high IQ people who often use very visceral, challenging language. It's not the ideal setting for everyone. It turned out to be a setting that was great for me. On the other hand, I put way too much weight on Judaism. I was hoping that Judaism would control all sorts of destructive parts of me that Judaism was not well suited for controlling. I needed to look elsewhere. I needed therapy. I needed medication. I needed an ADHD diagnosis. I needed 12-step programs. I needed to eat my beef organ capsules. Right? I had all sorts of problems that were not fixed by converting to Judaism, And for a long time, I put far more weight on Judaism than I should rationally have expected it to hold. I put far more weight on the wisdom of the teachings of Dennis Prager than that could hold. I put far too much weight on some of my relationships than they could hold. So if you expect more from somebody or some system, more than it can really hold, then you need to dial it back.
Yeah, like with Benny Hinn or any of those preachers that used to be on 7 days a week, and really Tony Robbins too. I find all those types of guys particularly smarmy and disingenuous. But
do you deny that they help many people?
I can't deny how proudly people flock to those Tony Robbins get-togethers, and they would put his tapes in, and they could not see through it. But like you say, if it's benefiting them, then it's okay. It's a version of Jim Jones, but it's not the Kool-Aid. It's not to that point. So what's the harm,
Exactly. Many people benefit from Benny Hinn. So if donating $20 a month to Benny Hinn gives you a feeling of connection to God's warrior or someone who's making the world a better place, and it gives you access to a community, and it makes you feel that you're part of something greater than yourself, and this is money that you would have otherwise spent on pornography subscriptions, I'm sure Benny Hinn is of great benefit to many people. I have friends who just despise low IQ Christianity, but many Americans are of average IQ or low IQ, and I think it's great when they get benefit. All right, the different denominations of Christianity appeal to different IQ groups. So someone who gives $5 a month to their Pentecostal church or their favorite Pentecostal preacher, I suspect most of them get at least $5 a month worth of benefit from that contribution. So just because a religion, a guru, a preacher, a healer, a public intellectual or a live streamer is of no benefit to you, doesn't mean that they are not of benefit to other people. On the other hand, there are some people who are just overwhelmingly destructive. I think of Brett Weinstein and Eric Weinstein as overwhelmingly destructive. I think Curtis Yarvin does far more harm than good. I think Jim Jones was, on net terrible. So there are certainly some bad choices. On the other hand, I really got into Kundalini yoga for a while, and I encountered seemingly dozens of people who received great benefit from Kundalini yoga. And at the same time, I went online, I researched 3HO, Happy, Healthy, Holy, and the whole Kundalini yoga, Yogi Bhajan cult. And apparently dozens of people were also greatly harmed by it. Overall, has the Kundalini yoga movement done more good than harm than good? I have no idea. I enjoyed it for the 2 years that I was in it, and then I moved on.
I figure you were doing that Kundalini yoga the same way your buddy was mastering the secret, just so he could master the art of getting them gals in the sack. Am I right? Can I get an amen? Luke Ford.
Well, there was something to that, yeah.
A gentleman never tells, does he, Luke Ford?
Well, unless he's selling his soul online like I do, and then sometimes you do tell some things.
Can I give you a 10-cent analysis of Luke Ford, and you can tell me how I'm right or wrong?
Sure.
Luke's dream is to be living the beer commercial life, grilling meats and drinking with a backyard full of friends, close friends, as they snicker about their wives who are inside commiserating about their minivan existence. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Well, it would depend on who those persons were. I tend to form few but intense friendships. So right. I don't particularly get much benefit from socializing with most people, but there are a tiny number of people with whom I resonate, and I just love their company.
In that last exchange, in a perfect world, you were going to fire back to me, Kip, what's wrong with having friends? And I was going to fire back to you, Luke Ford, what's wrong with having friends is you're not fit for it. You're not mentally fit. You're not fit for public consumption. You're You're a bit of an outcast like me, so I was going to have a little fun at your expense. But you didn't walk into my trap, damn you, Luke Ford. Before we finish up, you had talked about the damning nature of the Kaufmanist critique in a recent talk that we had. You seem to know it intimately. Could you give me maybe a synopsis of it? And if I can't fire anything back about it now, I can think about it, ruminate on it, and get back to you later about it. Can you remember
Yes.
it well?
Yes. So the Kaufmanist critique was a critique of the Kevin McDonald book Culture of Critique, and
Okay.
the Kevin McDonald book Culture of Critique was about how Jews tend to tear down the civilizations created by Western man, and that their disproportionate success is in large part due to nefarious factors such as ethnic favoritism. The Kaufmanist critique said that there is one single factor that largely explains, but not exclusively explains, disproportionate Jewish success in certain intellectual endeavors, and that is above average Ashkenazi IQ. And then there is a smaller factor that accounts for disproportionate Jewish influence in many intellectual areas, and that is that Jews tend to be concentrated in urban areas.
Okay. So that's the basic critique?
Yeah, but you're a fool if you fire back on it without having read it. You're just showing yourself to be a charlatan. So
No. That's why I just wanted to hear it from you. You're saying it's a little bit more in depth to that. So if I want to come back with you with a scholarly rebuttal, I need to actually do some more reading. We don't have the time or effort to apparently get all into it. That's just the gist of it. It's what you're telling me, right? Look forward.
Correct.
Okay. You think hopefully Kim Dog and the gang got something out of our little get together. I surely did. So I appreciate you, Luke. I'm going to let you get back to your raison d'etre.
Okay. Good to talk to you, bro. Okay.
Goodbye.
Take care. All right. I want to get to some comments here made by Ricardo in the chat, and I want to respond to them. Elliott. Nope. Ricardo is not a big fan of Adderall because Adderall destroyed his life for a time. So I pose the question to Ricardo: is someone inferior if they take ADHD medication, and Adderall is one type of ADHD medication? Ricardo says no, but it has negative effects that can't be seen from inside the use. And I would wager to you that everything has a blessing and a curse, right? Everything has a negative effect. You can drink too much water, you can have too much exercise, you can be so deeply heavenly minded that you're not much earthly good. Ricardo says Adderall is a very dangerous substance. I would respond that my experience with Adderall was positive, right? Ricardo's experience with Adderall was that it devastated and destroyed his life. So those are the different prisms through which we look at this issue. So when Ricardo says Adderall is a very dangerous substance, I would contend that there is very little evidence of that when taken as prescribed. So I have had people whose lives were deeply damaged by Adderall, but they're all people who would not take it as prescribed, right? They abused Adderall and then hated on Adderall because that is so much easier than looking inside themselves and figuring out, why did I abuse Adderall? Why did I not take it as prescribed? Like, what is it about me that made me vulnerable to abusing Adderall? Where does my character and my soul need some readjustment to minimize the chances of this happening again? It is so much easier to say, oh, devastation in my life, the problem in my life was something outside of me, rather than taking responsibility for one's own bad choices. Ricardo says there is a tightrope of positive use, but it's narrow and it's really hard to get back on track if you fall off. The evidence is overwhelmingly not in that direction. That was Ricardo's experience, apparently, but that is not most people's experience who use Adderall as described. It makes you into a sociopath. So millions and millions of Americans take Adderall, and overwhelmingly they don't have this experience, and it overwhelmingly does not tend to make most people who take it into a sociopath. So Ricardo says Adderall turns you into a sociopath when used as intended. There's no evidence for that. By eliminating empathy, I would contend to you that people who take Adderall as prescribed have increased empathy, because this is what life is like if you're ADHD and you're unmedicated. You are just all over the map, right? You have extreme sensitivity to rejection. You are bouncing around. You're unable to sustain focus. And so you are a menace to yourself, to other people. You're far more likely to get into an accident. When you get into accidents, you are at a far increased likelihood compared to your average person of doing great harm to other people. So overwhelmingly, people who take Adderall and other ADHD medications as prescribed are much more emotionally level. They are much less likely to get into accidents, and they are much less likely to harm other people. And I asked Ricardo if he had any evidence, and he says, the people around me. And he says, I've seen multiple lives derailed. Well, if you have an addictive personality and you have a strong history of self-destruction, it would make sense that only people who share those tendencies are going to integrate into your life. Right? People who don't have these tendencies are going to keep you at arm's length. So it does not surprise me that Ricardo knows a lot of people with strongly self-destructive tendencies, and I don't think Adderall is the issue here. It is the self-destructive personality. So if you're a normal person, you only have to put your hand once on a hot stove to learn that you should never consciously put your hand on a hot stove. But if you are continually putting your hand on a hot stove, doing the equivalent of something self-destructive, and you can't stop it, then the most useful single word that I know to describe that habit is addiction. So the worst thing about being an alcoholic is that healthy people are going to distance themselves from you. The worst thing about being a debtor and someone who abuses medication or being an under-earner or a sex addict is that healthy people will keep you at arm's length, and thus the only people who will allow you into their life are fellow addicts. So I asked Ricardo if he was ever diagnosed as ADHD, and he doesn't answer. He says, I went to an Indian psychiatrist who gave me whatever I wanted. And when I started complaining about negative consequences, he started offering more drugs to the cocktail, such as antipsychotics, to help me quit, help me sleep. That was the day I quit. That doctor was uninterested in my health. So I have skepticism about people's stories. Doesn't mean that I automatically deny the truth of what Ricardo just said, but nowhere in that story that Ricardo just retailed is there any sense that I may have been at fault, I may not have taken meds as directed, that there was something going on with me that led me in a self-destructive direction. So it's all about, all the problem, all the faults are either a substance outside of myself or a doctor outside myself, nothing about there was something wrong with me. And this is just a symptom of something going on with me that was self-destructive. All right, back scrolling through the chat. Ricardo says Richard Spencer is doing a Bible study of Genesis on his Substack. Okay. What do I think of schools that have the students called teachers by first name? I'm not a big fan of that. On the other hand, I suspect that there are many benefits to those type of schools, as well as some problems. So Dennis Prager sent his kids to, or at least one of his children, to Shalhevet, which was a modern Orthodox day school where the kids may have called their teachers by the first names. And from what I understand, there are many positive qualities to the modern Orthodox day school Shalhevet, and some other ways in which it's probably inferior to a more traditional school. So I'm not a big fan of dismissing individuals or institutions on the basis of 1, 2, 3, 4 things that they do that are not optimal. So I see people who are bent on self-destruction are going to self-destruct, and then they will find a pretext to self-destruct. And I notice many people self-destructing on the idea of the Great Replacement. Right? People will destroy their lives on the basis that white people are going extinct. And so we have considerable flexibility with our identities. We usually don't just have one identity. We usually have a racial identity, a religious identity, a geographic identity, a national identity, a professional identity. And if you go through life where your racial identity is the number one consideration, that is not a winning strategy, right? If you're black and your number one identity is black, and what you want to primarily talk about with other people is all things regarding black identity, most other people are going to shun you. If you're white and you want to emphasize your white identity and you want to keep talking about your white identity, most normal people are going to shun you. So there are more effective and less effective personality styles. There are more effective and less effective rhetorical styles. Every group has rational, empirical reasons to feel victimized. So whether you are Indian, black, white, gay, straight, Jewish, right, you can come up with a very strong victimhood narrative. If you go through life talking about how your group has been victimized, that is not usually going to be a winning strategy for life. So why would people embark on such a path of self-destruction? If people need to self-destruct, they will just choose something and then they will tell themselves a story about their self-destructive path. So heroin addicts find among other heroin addicts, I found a family, right? Porn people find among other porners a family. And people whose primary identity is white will find a family among other people whose primary identity is white, even if the very thing that is sustaining them is also killing them. And it's not unusual that the thing that feeds you is also killing you. Think of all the industrial towns in Richard Russo novels where you have a town in the Northeast that is a one industry town, and that industry is simultaneously poisoning this town, killing off many members of the town with cancers and other horrible diseases at an early age. And also it's the primary source of employment for the town. So it's not weird and bizarre that the thing that is the primary source of sustenance for you is also killing you. And if the Great Replacement narrative is the most powerful narrative in your life, then that's likely both providing you with meaning, purpose, community, friends, various forms of sustenance, just like people who joined the Order or Richard Butler's organization got sustenance and friends and community and purpose. And also they joined something that was killing them. So before you throw your life away on a particular narrative or on a particular conversion, might be a good idea to examine what's the veracity of this narrative and where is this narrative useful? And are there certain people with whom I can discuss this narrative and other contexts where I should not discuss this narrative? Are there good logical, empirical, philosophical challenges to this narrative? Could I become perhaps a little bit more sophisticated, both with how I work and how the world around me works? And if you are primarily driven to be a race warrior, whether as a member of the Jewish race or the black race or the white race or the Anglo race or the Mexican-American race, is that really serving you, right? You can lay out all the benefits that you get from this race warrior ethos, but it might also be worth questioning, what are the prices that I am paying for being a race warrior? And right, no one is confused here that I am a world's leading expert on anything. I'm not a world's leading expert on the mechanics of the US Census Bureau, But to the extent I understand it, due to my being 1/16th Chinese, if I indicate on a Census Bureau form that I am part white or that I am both white and Asian American, I would not count as white on the US Census. And neither does anyone else who indicates anything but a white identity. So there are ways that the public narrative is not exactly aligned with what's real. And so all sorts of people who are convinced that the media is gaslighting them, that our elites are gaslighting them, that you can't believe anything that the New York Times pushes, at the same time, they 100% embrace and don't ever question all sorts of narratives regarding majority-minority society. And so they choose to destroy their lives over some bogus media narrative about how white people are going extinct in America. And I don't think that that will serve you. I think there are more sophisticated, more accurate ways of understanding what's going on. And I'll play a little bit here from Richard Alba, who is a sociologist at City University, New York. And of course, if I play any excerpt from Richard Alba, that means I endorse 100% everything that he says, that it's just divine truth and you should never question it. Okay, if I just play one excerpt, that means that he is the alpha and the omega of all things in the topics that he discusses.
While many conspiracy theories are short-lived, there are some that never seem to die, no
This YouTube channel is called Argumentative Indians.
matter how much contrary evidence is furnished. We have all heard of the Holocaust deniers, or those who consider climate change to be a hoax, or those who insist that moon landings were fake. Another such theory is that of the Great Replacement, that is centered around an elite conspiracy to replace the white population of America with non-whites. While the term itself may be new, the ideas behind this theory have persisted for a long time. In the highly influential book, The Passing of the Great Race, published in 1916 by Madison Grant, he called whites as an endangered species. The 2020 US Census report came as a confirmation for many ardents of this theory. It revealed that people who identify as white alone declined for the first time since the census began in 1790. Yet more disturbingly for them, majority of Americans under 18 are now people of color. Anxieties about the future of the white race are expressed repeatedly by politicians and popular show hosts, and are further amplified by social media. The Great Replacement theory has been linked to several mass shootings over the last decade. We at Argumentative Indians would like to understand what drives this theory, what makes it so alluring, and why has it proved to be so.
So if I were live streaming on Twitch right now, my stream would be stopped and my entire channel would just automatically be deleted for simply discussing this topic, even though I'm playing an excerpt from a video that's obviously devoted to debunking the Great Replacement theory.
So resilient. And finally, is there any truth to it? To address this, we have with us Dr. Richard Alba, Distinguished Professor at City University of New York. He's known for developing assimilation theory to fit the contemporary multiracial era of immigration, with studies in America, France, and Germany. He's the author of The Great Demographic Illusion, Majority, Minority, and the Expanding American Mainstream. So welcome to Argumentative Indians.
Well, thank you very much. And you've set up a kind of interesting and stimulating set of issues at the outset. So let me make a few remarks about how I see the changes that are taking place in the United States.
So if I discuss reality, does that mean I say that all aspects of reality are fantastic? No. What is real and what should be real are two completely different categories. I would have preferred that the United States limited immigration far more than it has. But here we are. This is the reality of the world that we live in. What are the most effective ways of navigating it? What is true about the world outside of us? And what could shift the United States in a more productive direction?
in relationship to the Great Replacement theory. So it's worth bearing in mind that the Great Replacement theory in its contemporary formulation didn't arise in the United States. It arose in France. Its author was a man named Renaud Camus, who is a French intellectual politician. He, as far as I know, is not a relative of the wonderful Albert Camus, who has given us such a rich literature on cultural contact and tolerance. And so it was Camus who asserted for the West in general that.
So let's say your neighborhood is filled with immigrants and you wish it wasn't. Right. The nature of reality is your neighborhood is filled with immigrants. Right. How does one make the best of that situation? And how does one advocate for policy that effectively restricts immigration? So there are ways that you can advocate for immigration restriction that will hurt your cause, that will hurt the cause of immigration restriction. So if you publicly say, I hate Indians, that will make the cause of immigration restriction less effective because people who are undecided on the issue will just largely automatically side against you. So I am not just for emoting things that feel good. I think there's something more important when it comes to public discussion, and that is actually doing good. So I am all on board with effectively reducing immigration rates in the United States and doing it in ways that don't cause one to self-destruct.
That elites were seeking to replace whites with people of color whom they saw as.
So let's say you're a stand-up comic and you want to talk about various groups that you don't like. Saying, I hate Indians, I hate Jews, I hate gays, that's not an effective strategy. Instead, you should say, I love Indians, I love gays, I love Jews. And then perhaps make some subversive comic remarks that reflect your experience and that touch on important truths, right? You get a fair dinkum laugh, right, when you touch on something that's true. So live in truth and learn to frame discussions of truth in the most effective ways possible.
More controllable. And of course, his ideas were not really only restricted to North America, but had very much bearing on Europe as well. Now, you cited the famous work of Madison Grant from 1916. Madison Grant, of course, wrote well before Mr. Camus. And so what this tells us, as you've hinted at, is that these ideas have been around for a while. And the United States, in fact, went through a similar period of great anxiety at a moment of a high level of immigration early in the 20th century, when some intellectuals.
So we've had an astronomical level of immigration the past 60 years, and now there is more opposition to immigration than at any time for many years in the US. So let's slow down the immigration so we can rebuild social trust and social cohesion.
And elites actually believed that the white race was in peril. But by white, they meant actually not what we think of as white today, but they meant sort of Protestant Anglo-Saxons. In other words, people who were Protestant and came from Northern and Western Europe were under threat from the great immigration in the United States occurring at.
And was this just entirely made up? Did it have no basis in reality? Why would people who form a country such as the United States of America voluntarily want to be glad to have diminishing power, influence, and numbers in their own country? So the reason that there was some skepticism about immigration from Southern Europe is that there were real world problems with many immigrants from Southern Europe. And when did immigrants from Southern Europe become more accepted in the United States? When their group, on average, started substantially contributing more than they were causing chaos. So when some members of the Irish immigrant community behaved terribly, that caused outsiders to take a negative perspective on Irish Americans. When Irish Americans started substantially contributing to the country more than they were disrupting it, then people started changing their mind with regard to Irish immigration or Italian immigration. Right? The behavior of Jews has a substantial impact on how people regard Jews. The behavior of blacks has a substantial effect on how people regard blacks. The behavior of Mexicans has a substantial effect on how people regard that group.
At that time, from Southern and Eastern Europe, including many Eastern European Jews and many Southern Italians, groups that stood out and were seen as inferior. In a sense, that replacement happened, but no one cared when it did. And when I say it happened, what I mean is that indeed, the population of Protestants from Northern and Western Europe has greatly shrunk in the United States, but no one has really thought about this as a major issue. Why? Because
so in the 19th century, there was considerable discussion in Europe whether or not Jews were capable of becoming citizens. Today, probably fewer than 5% of Europeans and 5% of Americans consider that a burning issue. So it used to be a question, are the Irish an asset? Are they capable of shouldering the responsibilities of American citizenship? And this was discussed when many Irish were behaving badly, when the Irish as a community started making substantial contributions, then their reputation with the wider American people improved.
The peoples that they saw as so different in the earliest 20th century became in the mid 20th century no longer so different, but really part of the us, part of the American mainstream. So
tribe, that is the traditional way that people have organized themselves for hundreds of thousands of years. And tribes have often allowed in a limited number of outsiders. A tribe could accept one or two outsiders without threatening the cohesion and effectiveness of the tribe. But at a certain level of acceptance of outsiders, right, then it does negatively affect the cohesion of the tribe. So there are limits of immigration that destroy social cohesion and social trust. On the other hand, highly selective levels of immigration can benefit a tribe.
I think, the enormous flaw in the Great Replacement theory is to see the differences.
Okay, let's bring Jon Vance back to the show. Mr. Vance, what's going on, bro?
Hello, it's me. Just want to make sure. Anyway, yeah, hi, welcome. Haven't been on here in a while. Yeah, I just I have a kind of, because there was that video on Twitter about the guy, I forget his name, talking about East Indians coming into the West and basically perverting their culture. I could see it from my perspective. I think a lot of people are having a lot of issues with just normal everyday people with their hygiene, their how they're kind of nepotistic, but when Asians come into Canada per se, I guess I could speak for Canada, people don't usually have a lot of complaints about East Asians because they conform to the culture, whatever that be, like a work culture or the culture of Canada or the culture of whatever city that they're in. They conform very well. They're kind of like, they blend in like a chameleon, right? But like East Indians, they just like, they stick out and they keep to their own, and they don't want any women, like they don't want any of their women like marrying any foreigners either. So they have a very in-group preference society. Whether we like it or not, that's just the reality of it, and that's just me noticing things. That's not just some convoluted theory that I have of other races. It's just the reality of that particular culture.
So what if, I'm not asserting this, but let's say that your experience is not representative. Let's say a much higher percentage of, say, Indians do marry out, including Indian women. J.D. Vance, for example, he's married to an Indian woman. Does that affect your thinking, or do you just solely base your?
I would think that would be kind of like well, I kind of view like anybody who's in like high office like that as like a different class of people. So I would probably view it as like a working class perspective as opposed to like a more of a aristocratic perspective.
Okay, so what has been the ratio of your negative experiences of Indian immigrants to positive? Has it been, say, 5 negative experiences to every 1 positive, or even number? What's the ratio?
Maybe I would say maybe like 1 to 1.5, maybe 1 to 2. Like I think there's probably like, I know there's a lot more negative experiences than with other peoples coming in, just due to the hygiene. Probably them also, I hate to say it, but bringing in like foreign diseases as well too. I know that was like a criticism of the white settlers coming into North America, was they brought in smallpox, and it was basically like a foreign disease that the Native Americans weren't used to, and then they got sick, right? So that's probably another kind of like these old truths that kind of quell from the surface, that we kind of think that we can ignore with our Enlightenment thought, that we're progressing towards ever expanding technology and medicine, and we have all these vaccines and all these pharmaceuticals that will basically quell any diseases. That's proven to be false. And it's now we're kind of going back. Seems like we're turning back the clock towards what our ancestors went through, as opposed to what we were promised when we were growing up.
So when you said 1 to 2, did you mean 1 negative experience for every 2 positive experiences?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what about with your own people? What's the ratio? Is it even? Is it disproportionately positive to negative?
I would say I get like 3 positive experiences to every 1 negative experience. So it's still like a net positive with my own people, as opposed to East Indians.
Okay, got it. So you would favor reduced Southern and East Indian immigration?
Yeah, in terms of labor, like I think just kind of how the Canadian immigration structure is formed. I know it's known to bring in like doctors, engineers, like it's actually right, but now it's like practically now it's just bringing in a whole bunch of workers, because they're not accepting people with university degrees from India, like their credentials. So now that they have to go and they just have to apply for a work permit, so now there's a whole bunch of people just working, and pretty much you don't need that many skills to work a service job. So now you're kind of seeing this kind of less pleasant culture of, I guess, what we would describe as white trash, like in the West, of like white trailer park. Now you're kind of seeing like kind of the lower end of immigrants coming into, I guess, say from Canada to Canada, as I can only speak from Canadian experience, that we're kind of getting less cleanly people. Now that there's more of them, they can be more nepotistic, and they don't really have any desire to integrate in any way to our society or speak the language. I've had issues with them even understanding basic English. So yeah, that would probably be just the quality of people that are coming in. Doesn't necessarily have to be racial, but the quality of people and the culture they're bringing in is not culturally enriching as we were promised.
Okay, so I would favor 1% as much immigration as we have currently. So how do you feel about that ratio?
1%?
Yes.
I would, it's probably, well, in Canada, you just keep in mind that our population has grown by 10 million in the last decade or so. We were used to be 30 million, now we're 40 million, and that's because of immigration. It's not because like we're barely at replacement. I think we're below replacement for babies, but our population has increased 10 million in the past 10 years, and that's because of immigration, unfettered immigration. So I would reduce it even more.
Okay, so in reality, there's very little difference. I'm fine with 1% immigration. You want zero immigration. Compared to what's currently happening, there's very little difference in our position.
Maybe like 0.5, but like I would even go a step further, and I would like say like we want actual doctors as opposed to workers.
Right. I want fewer immigrants, but higher quality immigrants. I think that's a compromise that most people should be able to support. So only allow in superstars, essentially.
Yeah, that's what it was like in Canada, literally, for the longest time. Now it's not like that anymore.
Now, do you agree with me that there are more effective and less effective ways to advocate for immigration restriction?
Yeah, I mean, there is. I think there is this kind of, like, if you go to the conservatives and you have the similar pitch that I pitched, I think they would actually listen to you more, as opposed to kind of saying, "Oh, they're not us," or I'm the purebred from Calgary, Alberta, and you're from India. Like if you say that and you're drunk or whatever, that's really less appealing. I guess you could say self-destructive towards your cause. But if you have a more reasonable approach to it, you can get what you want. You can get a remedy out of the situation. I guess that would be with the conservatives. Unfortunately, that's the one party that actually kind of cares about immigration levels. Which is unfortunate, but yeah.
So when it comes to an important topic such as immigration restriction, is it more important for the individual to do some good in furthering the cause, or is it more important that they feel good, but actually they do great harm to the cause?
I think it's just like if your intent is to like talk about a subject, is this to do more research on it, or maybe have more experience on it, or have it so you have more credibility on the subject, as opposed to kind of maybe talking from the hip or making grandiose claims that I'm a pure blood Canadian, blah blah blah, this that, right? So like and also talking to the right people too. So if I were to say this to, say, Justin Trudeau, he would call me a bigot, a xenophobe, a racist, or whatever. But if you talk to a conservative, they'll be more open to it, and they'll say, okay, this would actually benefit society a lot more, and I see what you're actually saying, and they actually listen to the people, as opposed to the Liberal Party, who just who Justin Trudeau thinks he's the king of Canada, pretty much doesn't really listen to anybody except immigrants, maybe. But
so if people say publicly Indians are awful people, do you think that hurts or helps the immigration restriction cause?
I'm seeing a lot of anti-Indian sentiment, but I think just kind of make it like a broad brush. Like, yeah, you can get your message across quicker. Explaining it in more succinct terms doesn't go as viral as much as saying, "Oh, those East Indian people, blah blah blah, they're this that," right? But in terms of, I think like that, I think is more. I don't know if it's necessary. I guess it just depends how vulgar it is. If it's just like, "Oh, I don't like East Indians," it'd be like, "Oh," like some people will say, "Oh, that's just not their type," or whatever. Everyone has their own preferences, like normal people. But if you're more crude, it doesn't really work that well. It is kind of, if you turn on the crude levels to like 1,000,000, it's just like, this guy's just joking, like he's not serious, right? And I think in some way the person that's saying this is not really serious. They're kind of they're like, I don't know, maybe a little bit self-destructive, I guess you could say, or maybe they're drunk, or I don't know, or they're doing a bit or something like that.
Right. So on a 1 to 10, how important is the cause of immigration restriction to you?
I would say like 8.5, 9.
Okay, so it's a 10 out of
Yeah.
10 for me. It's a vital
Okay.
importance. Therefore,
Mhm.
I hate people who bring discredit on the cause by the pointless use of slurs. So saying F the Indians or F the Jews or F any group or this group is trash, that brings discredit to the cause and it makes it more difficult to develop popular support for immigration restriction. So I would prefer to people to use language that is effective for the cause rather than burning down the cause.
Yes, yes. But
And
and then
go
again,
ahead.
like, you know, sometimes it can get it can, like, if it's not too crude, sometimes it can get people curious about it. But what do they mean by that, right? And then so they could do research, and so I guess there is a
Right. So your
it
normie,
serves
how
some
many
sort of purpose, but
your normie, how many of them are going to go here F the Indians and then go, oh, I'm really curious about that, as opposed to I find that sentiment repellent.
maybe there's like a percentage. I remember when people were talking about like the Jewish question. I was kind of curious about why, you know, people were so critical about Jewish people in power, and so that kind of got me curious. So maybe I'm just speaking from experience of it might. I guess it just depend upon the personality that's receiving that information, how they filter it in. But maybe there'd be some people out there that would be interested and will look into it. But in terms of like maybe getting like political policy passed or actually being effective, it wouldn't be effective. But you might get like a little bit of public support if you're not too crude with what you're saying. But at the same time, if you're like over top, you're kind of like you're viewed as like it's like a bit, or it's like this person's not serious, or just with anything really. Like if you go over the top with any political position, people won't take you seriously on the internet or in public life. But if you're just a little bit, if you're just like critical or whatever of a certain group of people, it does get some people interested in looking into it more. So it can serve a purpose, but it's a limited purpose.
When did you become interested in the cause of immigration restriction?
I think that would have been like 7 years ago, 6, 8 years ago.
Okay, so
7 years ago. Yeah.
you've been around the fringes of the alt-right, the dissident right for 7 years. How has getting red pilled, how has that affected the quality of your life, the quality of your earning, quality of your relations with friends and family?
I think I used it kind of positive. Like I actually went to the gym and actually did healthy things, and I I didn't necessarily get like I always kept my like crazy thoughts to myself when I always put on a mask when I'm in public. But like in terms of like making like arguments and like reading on different subjects, I felt like I was actually I'm more educated now on what the right actually stands for, and not just getting kind of discouraged by over the top I guess negative comments about different groups of people.
Has it had
Um,
any negative effect on your life? Any degree of poisoning?
of course, the media has slandered me. Um, with the groups I have associated with, I think with COVID, especially, I think with COVID, it just turned a lot of people just crazy in so many different ways. Like it seemed like there was like people, like it was like a big divide in COVID. Like there was like people who went even more radical with their views, and then there was like people who just like who folded and went with the narrative. And I find I'm kind of dealing with the fallout of that. And yeah, if you like I said, if you go too far on one thing, you can turn into kind of, I don't know, like you could get deeper into mental illness. I'll just say that. So I've been kind of careful not to go too far, and get too radical and just kind of, branch out into different subjects like reading the Bible. And I guess that was a positive thing. I guess the alt-right had was like it got me to read different religious texts and get me curious about different religions as well too. So it wasn't just about immigration or identity, it was about religion as well too. There was that aspect of it as too. So what religion we need to make our people better, and that, I think that's, I guess that would be the positive influence on my spiritual influence on my life. In terms of material, not really. Like I didn't really get too crazy with what I did in public, so I could still get it like a job or whatever. But like in terms of like material wealth, if it's benefited me, not really per se. But in terms of spiritual well-being, yes.
And how did it affect relations with family?
I think my family's kind of apolitical to begin with, so they didn't really care. So I try to explain something in more detail, and they're just like, whatever, it's politics. Who cares, right? So they're kind of just like live and let live.
Friends, friends.
Well, my friends, actually, some of my friends actually came part of my causes too. So, and so they actually supported, but after COVID, some people got crazy, so I'm dealing with the fallout of that. But before COVID, we were doing really well. We got some friends to support it. And I had some people get really offended when I would bring up like black crime or whatever. and I remember this one friend at the time, it's like, you realize who you offended, right? I'm like, yeah. She's like our next door neighbor. I'm like, I still stand by what I say, right? I feel like if you live by your truth, you kind of just let the chips fall where they may. And I guess for some people, they're scared just with anything. Like if they're scared to say something that is like a religious truth, like or a truth about the world, that people might get offended and feel shunned. I find like if you're actually honest with your intent and you're honest with what you're saying, people will respect you. And I guess I value being respected more than being liked. So that's probably how I had some sort of success, I guess, in my activism.
So would you assess that most people who know you respect you?
Yes.
And
they might not like me, but they respect me. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And what about your earning? I don't want you to reveal anything that would be damaging to you, but what was your earning like prior to getting red pilled, and then your earning after getting red pilled?
I think, I don't know. For me, it's more like before COVID and after COVID was a bigger thing for me than I guess red pill. I feel like red pill actually my earnings went up. Like I felt more motivated to get a better job, get promoted. And then COVID happened, and so now I'm kind of my earnings have gone down a little bit after COVID. But I guess before COVID, it was going really good. So I think also the right gave me like I exercised more. I found a better job. I did more earning. I talked to people. I also found too that other immigrants are kind of sympathetic to what I was saying as well too, like the Asians. And so I have a lot of like Asian friends as well. So not to purchasing or anything like that, but like I actually connect with them very well, and they view me as like a hard worker and stuff like that, and they view the content of my character, right? So I think the right overall, like spiritually and I guess mentally, it did actually benefit me in some sort of way, because I wasn't really motivated before the right, and then after I got red pilled, I feel like I got more motivated, and I had a purpose.
So the powers that be that operated policy during COVID in Canada, with 10 being the highest possible score and 0 being the worst possible score, how would you rate the job that they did with regard to the COVID challenge?
Oh, 0. Like probably the worst out of all the countries that I know of and I talk to people around the world. I think Canada was probably the worst that dealt with it. Yeah.
And so
they're throwing people like people in jails, like for Christians going to church and, you know, even in good faith trying to follow the rules, and they still closed up those churches. And they yeah, they did some horrible things. Like, the government did some horrible things to the people. And it wasn't just the I guess the extreme right, as Jagmeet Singh would call us. It was like it was like towards everybody who had an opposition voice towards the mainstream narrative of the time.
So how were you able to ascertain what was true and what was false with regard to COVID?
Well, I just did a lot of research on COVID. Like I said, I got curious about the subject, and because there was so many, like I said, there was so many negative things about it. So I got curious about it and I researched it. And
so who were your sources? Name some of your sources.
The sources, I just had a whole bunch of sources, but like there was like a lot of there was a doctor. Oh shit, I'm trying to remember his name. There was a couple doctors that I forget now. Like, I'm not curious about it anymore. So, but at the time, I think it was like, it wouldn't be. I know there was doctors. Oh, there was a doctor in BC. I was trying to remember. I forget his name though. He lost his medical license for going against the thing. And I forget his name, but there's that one doctor in BC.
And how do you
doctor?
Go ahead.
And so they weren't like mainstream like sources, but also too, I guess, like what I would do actually for my research, I'd actually like research like what the World Health Organization said, like how to properly test for COVID. And so I don't know if I could talk about this on this platform, because it might be like, that's another thing. That's kind of another thing too, is like, even if you have like a genuine interest in it, platforms like YouTube,
how did you do the research? Where did you go?
I went to like the World Health Organization, and then I talked to like I would talk to people who were administrating like the COVID test, if they're administrating it right. And what else?
Okay,
and then there's various sources on the internet as well too.
Okay, so the
but I did go to the WHO, and I did do research on that. I just don't want to go too much into it because of the platform I'm on right now.
Okay, so how did it affect your life? You mentioned your behavior or your words during COVID damaged your life. What happened?
Oh, I went to like a protest, and it was like, and I brought a flag to a protest, and then the media the next day was like smearing us, like calling us all extreme right for like protesting like COVID. And Jagmeet Singh said that, you know, people who don't follow like the COVID rules are like part of like the extreme right, and they need to be, or you know, they don't care about their community, they don't care about like what's happening or whatever, which is actually the opposite, because I was calling people, I was making sure everything was done right. And then actually the kind of the funny thing is, actually, I think 2 weeks later or a week later, Jagmeet Singh was actually caught breaking the COVID rules that he was condemning people for breaking, by hugging his campaign manager after they were done a campaign or a rally or whatever. And so like they got this like hidden footage, and it was like it blew up on him, and it kind of like it blew up in his face. And I think the positive thing from that, like a lot of people saw the hypocrisy of the NDP, and so they actually voted for like a more leaning like party like the PPC. So it actually got some NDP voters to come and vote for a more right-leaning cause, I guess. So I guess that would be my contribution, whether people want to admit it or not. But
okay,
so much happened with COVID. I mean, I have like a laundry list of things that I've sent and whatever. But
okay, so let's look at things that trouble you. Would you say that your problems are primarily self-caused, or primarily the fault of a flawed society?
A little bit of A, a little bit of B.
Okay, 50-50 perhaps?
I think I do have a little bit of self-destruction. Like, I think, like, you have to be a little bit self-destructive to be an activist, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Like, you have to put yourself out there, and you kind of have to be like, you know, I'm going to take this risk. The same thing with like going to war. Like, you're going to risk your life. Same thing with you're an activist. You're going to risk your status in society and how people view you. And if you really like being liked, it's not really for the normal person. So,
so if you were to take
like to impress
top,
people they don't even like trying to like pitch to people that that live their life like, oh, they're trying to impress people that they don't even like. Activism is kind of like a really foreign thing to them. Like, it's just, or you just can't even like really conceptualize that kind of way of living. Like,
right. So you've suffered for the things that you believe in, but at least you have the comfort that you see through the bullshit while all the normies are just sheep.
in some way or force, or at least I woke some people up too. That wanted to be waking up, they were woken up, and people who still want to stay asleep, they stay asleep. So at least I feel like I did a service towards the nation, or at least the politics of Canada, at least in some form, in a certain matter at a certain time, that was beneficial. And then I can go back on and say, hey, remember when Jagmeet Singh called everyone extreme right for being against COVID? They're like, oh yeah, that's crazy. Why would he say it? And then he broke the rules, so at least like, I did a service for the country in some form of fashion. Even though it wasn't really necessarily the intended outcome that I had. I didn't think that, politicians would actually make a public comment like that, but they did. And so that was just an unintended kind of consequence. But at least, I had a good faith going into a cause and believing in the cause and showing up for the cause and talking to other people who agree with me, kind of thing. So I did everything in good faith. So I'm at peace with that. Probably more than anything else in my life. So my activism, I have no regrets for. Maybe other stuff in my life I might have regrets for, but in terms of my activism, I'm probably at most at peace at.
So the people who've known you the longest and love you the most, what has been their counsel to you over the past 7 years?
Oh, I mean, if they want to tell me, the government wanted to call me crazy, my family wanted to call me crazy. I just stood by what I have. I have backed up knowledge by the WHO. I have backed up knowledge from the doctors. I have a whole laundry list of things that I could pull out from information. And so I have a lot of source back material that has helped me get through that crazy time. So I kind of had to do it for my own. I felt like for my own survival, because I was like how people were treating each other, especially during COVID, and kind of othering other people. It kind of rhymes with, like the genocidal conditions of, communist regimes, of othering other people and making it really hard to travel anywhere. I still remember those times very vividly. But if I try to talk to a normal person about it, they seem to have amnesia about it. They forget about it, or they don't really have the intellectual capacity to process what happened during those times. So I find like even talking to normal people about COVID, it's kind of like it's forgotten. It's like amnesia. Like they forgot how crappy they were to their fellow man. In the Bible it says treat each other as how you treat yourself. So I've also lived by that principle as well too. So I think that principle also helped me get through that tough time as well.
Did you convert to Islam at one point?
That was just before COVID, yes.
And are you still a practicing Muslim?
I would say I'm more agnostic now.
Do you have a community, an Islamic community that you're a part of?
I did during COVID, like the first stages of COVID, and then after COVID, it was really hard to maintain that. Or later stages of COVID, I guess, was really hard to maintain that. So I think a lot of things, I don't know, my habits have changed. But I think I don't want to say, oh, it was because of, this, right? I think it's just more of a me issue of, I guess, having some sort of PTSD, kind of some social fallout with interacting with people. I always have, yeah, I guess it's I view myself as some sort of, I guess, warrior of the times, I guess.
So do
Like a
you
veteran of some sorts, and I do have some
publicly
sort of
identify as
PTSD.
Muslim today? Do you tell people, hey, I'm a Muslim?
No, I don't do that anymore. If they say I'm Muslim, I guess technically I am, but I'm not. I'm not really. I don't
Okay.
publicly identify as Muslim anymore.
Okay. Okay. I'm
I'm
going
at
to
peace
move.
with that.
I'm going to move on. But any final words? Any final points that you want to make?
No, thank you for giving me the platform, because I don't think I've really had a. I did explain a lot of this stuff during COVID on my channel, but I appreciate giving me the platform and ask me the questions of what happened, because I feel like I've been kind of under a lot of psychological operations of demonizing me. So I appreciate you giving me a voice on this platform. So
Absolutely. Thanks, John. Talk
Okay.
to you later, man.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Okay, let's play a little bit more here from Richard Alba.
And natives as somehow unchanging over time, whereas in fact, they change as people have contact with one another through a variety of social processes that I'm happy to talk about in some detail in the United States. Your citing of the US Census, though, raises this issue. So yes, it's true that many Americans see the current census as showing a decline in the white population. I believe it does not show that. But what it does reveal is, again, that the people that we see as so different are becoming gradually a part of us. How is that happening? Well, one way that it's happening is that many descendants of immigrants from places that are not white, and many native whites are forming families. And they are having children, mixed children, children who are partly Black and partly white, partly Hispanic and partly white, partly Asian and partly white. So when we say things like, well, the population that is white alone has contracted, that leaves out the children of these other whites who are in mixed family settings. If we say, well, they're at least partly white, why don't we see what the white population looks like if we count them as white also, instead of counting them as minority? Then the white population did not decline. So in effect, we're faced with a definitional question. How should
And my friend Laponius says in the chat, have the natives of India changed? Have the natives in China changed? Well, the Indians and the Chinese, like you and like me, express themselves differently in different contexts. When I'm thriving, right, I tend to be more outgoing. I tend to tell a lot more jokes. When I'm struggling, I tend to be much more reticent and introverted. In some circumstances, I would like to lead. In most circumstances, I prefer to follow. There's not an essential quality of Indians or Chinese or of Anglos or of Catholics or of Jews, right? How all groups show themselves and organize themselves will vary depending on the context.
we think about these boundary spanning children who grow up in families where they have many white relatives and many non-white relatives? I don't think actually it's fair to call them white, but it is fair to say that they are very integrated with whites. And we see that through any number of indicators, including, incidentally, that they themselves have high rates of marriage to people who are only white. In effect, then, what we're seeing is the formation of a new mainstream in the United States. The mainstream expansion in the middle of the 20th century included people who were religiously and ethnically different from native white Protestants, but not racially different. The new mainstream expansion is now including people who are racially distinct from whites, but who are no longer seen as very different from them. And so I think, you know, if we think about the long span of human history, in whether it's in India or in Europe or in the United States, what that long span includes is human migration and contact between peoples who were once seen as different because some were migrants and some had been.
Right, here are some excerpts from the book that Richard Alba published in 2020. It's called The Great Demographic Illusion, Majority, Minority, and the Expanding American Mainstream. So third chapter discusses how do Americans arrive at ideas about ethnic and racial change in their society. So the idea that whites will become a numerical minority has been around since President Bill Clinton gave a 1997 speech claiming this would happen in half a century. And then we have a review of Census Bureau data and an overview of various pronouncements about population change. So we have a comment by a couple of academics in 1970, demography is destiny. And President Bill Clinton speaking at the 1997 University of California, San Diego commencement, half century from now, when your own grandchildren are in college, there will be no majority race in America. So, Census Bureau regularly prepares population projections that divide the population into its major ethnic and racial components: American Indians, Asians, Blacks, Hispanics, and whites. This division is required for projections because the demographic drivers, fertility, mortality, and migration, vary substantially among these groups. The 2000 U.S. Census Bureau projection foresaw a transition of whites moving from a numerical majority to minority happening in 2059. The mass media was slow to pick up on this projection. The nomination in the summer of 2008 of the first non-white candidate to head a major party ticket for president sharpened sensitivities to the rapidity of demographic change. So the New York Times in the summer 2008 published an essay, "In a Generation, Minorities May Be the U.S. Majority," and they cite U.S. Census Bureau projections issued that year, saying the census calculates that by 2042, Americans who identify themselves as Hispanic, Black, Asian, American Indian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander will together outnumber non-Hispanic whites. Now, the claim was not accurate, but it certainly was attention-getting. So the word was out. Then the U.S. Census redid its projections in 2009 and then made a big pronouncement in 2012. And it asserted that this majority-minority status would occur by 2043. And the New York Times said that we'd have a plurality nation. The next half century would mark key points in continuing trends. The U.S. will become a plurality nation where the non-Hispanic white population remains the single largest group, but there is no group in the majority. Then we had reporting by the Associated Press and numerous newspapers and other media throughout the country picking up on this important development in the demographic future. We had the Pittsburgh Tribune report the news with the headline, "Whites no longer a majority in the U.S. by 2043. So people on the distant right tend to have great skepticism of the mainstream media unless the mainstream media is telling them something that fulfills their own internal need for doom and gloom. Then they don't question these news media pronouncements. So we had another newspaper that was more terse. Census, whites in minority by 2043. Census Bureau published a report in 2014 saying that by mid-century, whites would be a numerical minority of the population. Then by 2018, the Census Bureau tried to avoid the majority-minority issue. Instead, they wanted to emphasize the aging of the population. So is it possible that the U.S. Census Bureau was not entirely useful and not entirely accurate about the nature of demographic change? Without doubt, our nation is more diverse than it was in the 1960s. More diverse means less white. But has the change been as dramatic as we are told in the news media and as we receive these pronouncements from the U.S. Census? Perhaps the truth is a little bit more complicated. Once again, Richard Alba.
Europe and North America. At that time, I began to have glimmerings that there was something off in the census data about these new groups, and also especially in the idea that we were heading inexorably for a majority minority society. Now, let me just tell you and your listeners that I'm a person who thrives on data detail. I love wading into data detail and sort of thinking about how decisions that people make in creating data, like creating categories in data, or
So Richard Alba is on the left. So therefore, does that mean he has nothing useful to tell us about anything? If he does not share his politics, perhaps there's absolutely nothing to be learned from his analysis of the data. That is not my perspective, obviously.
analyzing data have implications for their findings. And what I realized was that.
So in short, the map is not 100% coterminous with the territory, right? There's a distinction between publicly presented data and reality. There is frequently a difference between what the news media tells us is true and what really is true. There is often an important distinction between government pronouncements and reality.
There was something really wrong with the way the Census Bureau was treating people from mixed backgrounds. Basically the census rules for ethno-racial classification were exaggerating the decline of the white population. And this somehow contributed to this idea of an imminent and inexorable majority-minority society. So it was really sort of the last 5 or 6 years.
So I would think that if you're going to destroy your social standing, if you are going to make yourself unemployable for any decently paying job, if you're going to fall out with family and friends, if you're going to fracture your marriage and your most important relationships over a topic like the Great Replacement, perhaps it'd be a good idea to learn more about the altar upon which you plan to sacrifice yourself.
Years that I began to think about this and to research this and to discover, using birth certificates as opposed to census data, how widespread mixing in families had become. Of course, there's
right. So there are different ways to get data. Say data with crime. You have victim reports. You have reports issued by a city department of police. You have FBI reports. But again, the map is not the territory. Reports do not automatically equal reality. And so understanding how reports are compiled, how the data is derived, and then how the data are presented, helps one to have a more sophisticated understanding of what's going on around you. And then it's also worth considering one's own life experience and then trying to understand where the data meet or differ from your own life experience.
There's also Pew data on intermarriage, which supports the same idea. And in particular, the most recent birth certificate data that I've looked at for 2019 shows that 15% of babies born in the United States have parents from 2 different major.
And Bob in the chat says, talk less about the Great Replacement, just show them government statistics and trends. So statistics from governments, they're 100% true, right? Or is there some difference between a government statistic and what's really out there? Bob says, ask them about government statistics and trends. How do you feel about this? Is your grandchild going to thrive in this world? Well, how about coming to some understanding of how the government derives its data and its statistics and its projections? Perhaps that would be a good idea before you sacrifice your well-being on this altar.
Ethno-racial categories like Hispanic.
I mean, how many books perhaps should one read about how the U.S. Census works before one destroys one's life on this altar?
Asian or white and black actually in particular white and Hispanic. That is to say, a non-white Hispanic parent and a Hispanic parent. 11% of babies born today in the United States, 1 out of every 9, has a white parent and a minority parent. That is to say, a non-white or Hispanic parent. And so I began to look at the characteristics of these families and the characteristics of adults who report in census data that they come from a mixed background. And what I found really was that these mixed Americans are really a kind of liminal in between. They're not like minorities in terms of their social characteristics. They're not quite like whites either, but they're in the main, they're closer to whites than they are to minorities. And the one big exception here is the young people of Black and white parentage who face really severe racism of a sort that
right. It must be only racism that could possibly account for why their different experiences of life. It just must be nefarious racism.
Others who come from mixed backgrounds do not face. But in any event, the evidence led me to the view that we ought to think about most mixed young people and probably their families as assimilating into the mainstream society. That doesn't mean that they become white. They may over time, but it doesn't have to mean that. But it means that they socially integrate into.
So if an individual or an institution or a government bureaucracy issues statistics, right, and they sound as though they have gravitas, then one automatically believes them, right? Or does one perhaps employ a suitable amount of inquiry with regard to the veracity of what is said to you? Sometimes institutions and individuals who sound like they are telling you the truth are in fact telling you something that is not 100% truth. It is often worth doing a little investigation.
Environments that also contain many white people. They marry whites, by the way, with very high frequency. So, so this, led me to a really different vision.
So can you ruin your life by citing government statistics? Yes. You can ruin your life by drinking too much water. You can ruin your life by spending too much time in prayer so that you get fired from your jobs and you lose your family. You can ruin your life by doing yoga. You can do irreparable damage to yourself physically. You can break your back. You can suffer a stroke and die by getting chiropractic treatment. You can ruin your life by exercise. You can ruin your life becoming too devoted a sports fan. You can ruin your life watching Netflix. There is absolutely no activity and no substance that you can indulge in where there is zero chance that you're going to ruin your life. Everything can be abused. So it comes back to you, the individual. Do you exercise good judgment? Do you have people who love you and who try to influence you in a good direction?
Of the changes that are taking place in the United States today and the future to which they might lead, very different from the notion of a majority-minority society that is split into between whites and everybody else, with, minorities gradually.
Now, do mixed race children face a lot of animosity and malice from perhaps both races? Some. I don't think that would overall be the most accurate description of mixed race life in the United States. I don't think it's some dystopia. I think, generally speaking, they're okay, and that their life results pretty much accord with their own natural talents and their choices.
Ascending into the numerical majority position. So that's how the book came about.
And you've answered a couple of the questions that I was going to ask next, like explaining non-zero sum mobility, which is
So getting back to the Richard Alba book, I think this is chapter 3. Any American paying attention to the news in the new century could be forgiven for thinking that whites, the dominant racial group in the United States ever since the nation's founding, were teetering on a demographic precipice. My God. and about to topple into a numerical minority with potentially huge implications for their position of dominance. Power in a society is not strictly equitable with numbers, but it rests on relative economic status and position within the political system. So what the hell is going on? The demographic news for several decades has been a steady drumbeat of exploding ethno-racial diversity, of expanding minority populations combined with the aging and numerical decline of whites in the aggregate. Immigration's been the powerful driver of this change. So what the hell is going on? Census Bureau prepares population projections. Ran through that. Starting with births in 2011, the Census Bureau declared that the majority of infants were members of minorities. Now, if the Census Bureau says that, that must obviously be true, and obviously time to panic if white identity is a primary problem for you. But is it possible that a more detailed explanation, a more detailed examination of these statistics show that they don't exactly correlate with reality? For example, if I note my partial Asian ancestry on the U.S. Census Bureau form, I am counted not as white. The only people who count as white in the U.S. Census Bureau reports are those who declare that they are solely white, any other affiliation, and you are no longer counted as white. But hey, indisputable evidence, right, from the Census Bureau and from National Public Radio, right? NPR stated, babies of color now the majority. Non-whites are expected to become the majority of the nation's children by 2020. And then you have a Washington Post article making the same claim in 2012, USA Today, U.S. News and World Report, right? And various demographers all echoing the same thing, this majority-minority outcome. And then we have a political response. The Daily Stormer takes it, quote, as an obvious admitted fact that all white nations are being purposefully multiculturalized to the end of making them racial melting pots. Fox commentator Laura Ingraham opines that massive demographic changes have been foisted upon the American people. It seems like the America that we know and love does not exist anymore. In 2018, Pat Buchanan declared, the greatest issue of our time is the demographic change wrought by immigration. Can America stop the invasion from other countries before they change the character, political, social, racial, ethnic character of the country entirely? So on the left, this is called white extinction anxiety. Now, on the left, there is a preternaturally calm confidence in the inevitability of a majority-minority society where, my God, Texas is turning blue and Republicans will never be able to win a presidential election. Many very confident pronouncements coming from people on the left about how wonderful this is. So what's the reality? Americans, both white and minority, tend to exaggerate minority population size, to underestimate the size of the white majority. And many believe that whites are already a numerical minority in the nation. So a year 2000 General Social Survey, highly regarded national poll, revealed that half of Americans perceived whites as a numerical minority. So why would anyone not believe the data? My God, this is coming from the government. We should never question anything that the government tells us. I mean, these are projections of the U.S. Census Bureau, right? We've got a browning of America. The government says so. My God, why would we even question this? Why would we even employ any skepticism? My God, they've got data on their side. So how do they collect data? Then how do they process data? So public pronouncements about census data take advantage of condensed sets of categories and generally focus on mutually exclusive ones. So Hispanics may be of any race. Individuals who indicate any Hispanic ancestry are classified in this group, whatever their race. So even if they identify as racially white, even if they don't have any Hispanic parents or grandparents, but they believe they have some ancient ancestor who is Latino, they are not classified as white in the U.S. Census Bureau. So whites who are or will be a minority are those who are non-Hispanics who check only white on the race question. So others who are also white, but they recognize that they may have some Asian or some Hispanic or some black ancestry, right? They accounted as purely not white when the U.S. Census Bureau describes the general population.
The term that you use throughout the book. But I wanted to ask you to sort of place this discussion of data and the information that you sort of have unearthed in the comparison between what the census says and what birth certificates say, and the trajectory of this information within this context of what we understand the assimilation story to be, particularly in 20th century America, because you talk about the fact that the assimilation story is.
So back to this Richard Alba book. So he says that U.S. Census Bureau pronouncements operate with the idea that if you identify with one group, that this is mutually exclusive of any other identity, any other affiliation. So this is conceptually tidy. We've got mutually exclusive, exhaustive categories classifying every individual. Now, Hispanics frequently identify as racially white, but they are only noted in the census as non-white. So if Latinos were not forced to choose a race, but could only do so when they thought it relevant, right, the statistics would look quite different. So the Office of Management and Budget is critical to this story because it is the OMB, not the U.S. Census Bureau, that decides the standards for ethnic and racial data. So the OMB is not an agency that is primarily concerned with developing scientific knowledge. But what they want to do is to ensure that the data are consistent across federal agencies and departments, and this data is crucial for civil rights enforcement. The OMB does not primarily have a mission of truth, right? They have a mission of facilitating other bureaucracies in the United States government. So the OMB, and therefore the U.S. Census Bureau, do not optimize for truth. So the OMB commands that individuals of any minority background are allocated solely in the minority category. It's just like the one-drop rule. So any minority identification or ancestry takes precedence over the white side in the federal statistical system. Now, this tends to have something of a distorting effect.
Is one that is distorted, and also that we have competing understandings of these narratives that also sort of feed into some of the racial attitudes.
Yes. Okay. Well, I think,
Okay, discussion of H-1B1 visas here. Let's check in with Fox News.
In politics. With that said, removing Mike Johnson would equally be as stupid.
Being an issue just yet. We will be working on it the full weekend, I'm sure.
To hammer out a deal, your thoughts on that?
I think that's an excellent idea.
The visa issue.
Well, I actually support the president in this venture.
Okay, that's a supporter of plentiful H-1B1 visas, which I think is a giant mistake. I am all for immigration restriction. But I can live with the compromise of far fewer immigrants, let's say 1% of the intake that we currently have, but of much higher quality. All right, back to Richard Alba here, getting interviewed about his 2020 book, The Great Demographic Illusion.
And since critical race theory is on the, very much on the table at the moment, and I accept many of the insights of critical race theory. I want to be clear. I'm not at all rejecting critical race theory. And I think that, the paradox of American society is that we are a society where some, suffer from racism, and others assimilate. And so understanding how that can be, how these two.
Okay, let's see if he's a little bit more pithy in this public presentation for Harvard 3 years ago.
So obviously, as Chris said, I'm talking about my book, The Great Demographic Illusion. The subtitle of this talk actually is not the same subtitle of the book, but I'm going to focus the talk on the question of how assimilation can still matter in a very diverse, multiracial society like that of 21st century America. So my starting point is going to be questions about how we understand current changes and their implications for the future. And in this respect, a demographic narrative, actually the plural is probably not warranted there, is really important. And sort of in line with the aphorism, demography is destiny, many, many Americans on both sides of the political spectrum believe that a majority-minority America, where whites will be a numerical minority of the population by the mid-century, is inevitable as a result of basically demographic processes such as fertility, migration, mortality. This widespread belief is having a visible impact on our politics. Political scientists pointed to the Trump victory as partly based on this, quote, racial resentment of non-college educated whites. The book by John Sides and his colleagues called Identity Crisis attempted to demonstrate this. In the most recent kind of upsurge of white nationalism and Trumpism, as represented, by the siege of the Capitol building on January 6th, we see the presence of people who have bought into the idea of replacement theory, which is a far right-wing theory, actually originated in Europe, and claims that elites are seeking to replace the natives of Western Europe and North American societies with non-white immigrants and their descendants, and sort of linking to this idea of the roiling of politics by this narrative. Social psychologists such as Jennifer Richardson of Yale have shown that many whites react with anxiety and.
So there's not a strong correlation between the gift of the gab and truth, right? Someone can be a fantastic public speaker and relay a lot of nonsense, and someone can have some important truths to relay, like this guy, Richard Alba, but not be a particularly eloquent speaker. So I just read a book on history of nationalism, just came out from a Dutch professor. And so he's talking here about the late 19th century when your team gets defeated by the West. So you have three options, all right? Nativism, authoritarian reform, or westernization. So the nativist option meant reject all foreign influences. This was usually religiously motivated, and it would resonate with xenophobic sentiment among the general population. More realistic option was moderate reform, just focusing on those areas that seem most urgent, such as modernizing the armed forces and reinforcing the powers of the central state. And you could do this in a technocratic way. And then a third option, which was tended to be favored by small groups of progressive intellectuals, was to just thoroughly westernize your society, not just the army, not just the administration, but all of society. Now, the bulk of the population would usually be opposed to nationalist demands. So in times of crisis, peasants, artisans, laborers, generally not on board with unpopular rulers, with government officials, with tax collectors, and the reforms of the creation of the nation state, such as higher taxes, conscription, and the abolishment of guilds and common lands tend to be met with outright hostility. So usually support for nationalism was highest in the cities, weakest in the country. So you had the development of nationalist intellectuals throughout the 19th century in European countries, and the rise of politicians who would try to target the middle of their population to reach out to people in rural areas. And you had an increasing impact of Darwin's theories of evolution, and you had the rise of racial categories, and you had an understanding towards the last part of the 19th century that differences between societies are largely the result of biological racial differences. So you had all sorts of social Darwinists who believed in the survival of the fittest, and you could see that these differences are observable among both individuals and societies, that the degeneration of the underclass had to be countered with eugenic measures, and in the international arena, only the strong would survive. There was no need to feel pity for the weak, and national identities were not just the product of arbitrary historical developments, they were based in biology. So the institutions of these new nation states through the 19th century were quite similar. They often had similar legal codes, bureaucratic procedures, rules for citizenship, and forms of education. Nationalism also meant the extension of the voting franchise and the extension of literacy and public education. So nations were not simply defined on the basis of language, which could often be changed by learning another tongue. Nations were increasingly understood as biological entities and as the results of genetics and environment. So you had an intensification of racial, biological, nationalist sentiments towards the end of the 19th century. And you had ideas that there were insurmountable differences between peoples. And this became fashionable towards the end of the 19th century. Now, after World War I, which nations would be allowed to determine their own fate? Right? Some people were allowed to form their own nation states and others were not. In general, Roman Catholic societies were much more corporatist, unitary, and authoritarian. And Anglo societies were much more libertarian and federalist. In science, you had increasing influence towards the end of the 19th century of racial ideas, biological ideas, particularly in the field of physical anthropology. People assumed that not just many diseases, but also traits such as dexterity and intellectual capacity and homosexuality were biological, and that biology even largely determined the cultural characteristics of nations. With the defeat of Nazi Germany at the end of the Second World War, racial nationalism became much less influential and popular. So by condemning the imperial expansion of the Axis powers and their occupations, the Allies also implicitly undermined the legitimacy of the remaining colonial empires and the whole biological national worldview. You had the development of national borders, and even though they were pretty much all highly artificial, they tended to be respected. Racial theories were banned from academia, and the nation state was taken for granted as the logical geographic unit for studying historical, social, economic, and cultural development. High culture was dominated by an optimistic modernization paradigm that pretended to be globalist and cosmopolitan, even though it was very much based in Western nationalism. So nationalism focused on the nation state, and it became increasingly banal, associating even cars with specific countries. Its most vigorous manifestation would come in the sporting arena, and nationalist strife was channeled largely through trivial events such as sports and music and beauty contests. So all of the Axis powers, including Italy, Germany, Japan, were all fiercely nationalist, but they did not all have a nationalist understanding of international politics. They viewed international relations as a social Darwinian imperial struggle for dominance and survival. After World War II, you had a decline in racial thinking, in the respectability of racial biological nationalism. You had a decline in racial categorization. But this did not mean that states were immediately more interested in cultural diversity. It was thought that with modernization, internal cultural, racial, and ethnic differences would disappear. So a widespread perspective was, for the nation to live, the tribe must die. And so until the 1970s, most countries offered education only in the one national language. Immigrants, ethnic minorities, and indigenous populations were highly encouraged to assimilate, and there were no special programs to defend their cultural heritage and language. Right, there are few measures taken to protect minority languages. Colonial immigrants were expected to merge into the wider population, and large numbers of guest workers did not receive national citizenship. Latin American states also focused on nation building. They would induce indigenous communities to adopt the language, behavior, and culture of the dominant group. In Mexico, racial categories were abolished from the census, but there were many cultural questions, such as going barefoot or wearing shoes, that became seen as useful tools in developing measures to eradicate primitive behavior. In the US, Canada, Australia, and in Scandinavian countries, you had drastic policies to assimilate indigenous populations. They were forcefully removing children from their parents, placing them in boarding schools that remained in place until the 1970s. Most Asian governments, too, pushed assimilation, were not inclined to grant any cultural rights to ethnic minorities, indigenous populations, or immigrants. After 1945, racial and geographic determinism became anathema in academic discourse. They were associated with fascism and Nazism. The nation state was taken for granted, and methodological nationalism could be seen in virtually all branches of the social sciences and humanities. So from 1890 to 1945, social change was largely explained by geographic and racial categories. Now, social change was explained by some linear path to modernization, urbanization, industrialization, secularization, bureaucratization, and democratization. You had a swift disappearance of openly racist views. So, for example, in the United States, you had a shift in right-wing politics from N-word, N-word, N-word in the 1950s to more abstract reasoning about states' rights in the 1960s, and then discussion of reducing marginal tax rates in the 1970s. So discussion of racial issues becomes more and more abstracted. So the leading edges of culture, the avant-garde, are usually the most cosmopolitan and globalist, while commercial culture would focus more on national realities. So the state broadcaster would tend to push a cosmopolitan and globalist perspective, while commercial broadcasters would push a more nationalist perspective. In architecture, the dominant style was kind of a placeless modernism. You had a widespread use of concrete, glass, and steel, emphasizing technology and industrial development rather than national categories. You had an increasingly technocratic view of nature that replaced the organic and metaphysical interpretations that assumed some kind of intimate bond between the nation and its soil. Sports were probably the strongest nationalizing manifestation during the Cold War. You had different playing styles, such as in soccer, defined in national terms. So you had the creative and playful style of the Brazilian national team, that was samba football, while the passionate, ruthless defensive style of Italian squads was seen to be characteristic of the entire nation of Italy. So after World War II, nationalism became less visible, but you had an international order that consisted almost entirely of independent nation states, and that was taken for granted. So nationalism was another response to the decline of modernizing ideologies, and it was intimately connected with the rise of the free market under Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. So the neoliberal emphasis on individualism, global free trade, and the rolling back of the welfare state, you'd think that would be incompatible with nationalism, but the contrary was true. So by enabling the increased mobility of capital, companies, and people across borders, neoliberals force countries to compete with each other and to present themselves as attractive places for foreign investment, international business, and talent. And neoliberals began to emphasize national sovereignty to protect the nation state from having to adopt multilateral globalist agreements concerning tax, social, and environmental standards. Populist regimes have usually been tough on crime, and they've often been willing to circumvent existing legal procedures, such as President Duterte in the Philippines, who encouraged citizens and police to kill drug dealers and addicts. Most populist governments take on anti-immigration measures, such as Donald Trump's attempt to build a wall on the border with Mexico. Populist politicians such as Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson use the Take Back Control slogan during the Brexit referendum, promising to severely curtail immigration to protect British national identity. Citizenship became increasingly ethnicized in many parts of Africa, and measures were often taken against Muslims, usually masked as counter-terrorism actions. You had a new academic discipline to make concrete the differences in national cultures. So one pioneering study was by Geert Hofstede, Cultural Consequences 1980, which is based on questionnaires on work-related values. So he distinguished 6 different value orientations to uncover the secrets of entire national cultures, wanted to overcome obstacles in interpersonal communication, and the results of his work would enable professionals to take into account substantial cultural differences among their employees and customers. His book sparked a wave of other investigations. He had the creation of new university chairs for intercultural communication. He had the application of his findings not just in business, but also in public health, the military, and in other domains where people from different cultural backgrounds met. So there was no longer polite talk about racial and biological differences. Now the polite talk was about cultural differences. So within this framework, there was increasing nuance and an emphasis on intercultural sensitivity and the beauties of multicultural diversity, but national cultures are clearly seen as bounded and homogeneous, coherent entities with an almost unchanging core, and that these largely shape an individual's behavior. So commercial radio and TV companies pay much more attention to national news, national showbiz celebrities, national heroes than do public broadcasters. So commercial stations and media, to encourage the audience to stay tuned, they simplify problems, they dramatize conflicts, they appeal to emotions, they focus on the spectacular, and they are much more likely to employ a subjective and nationalist tone.
Concern when presented with scenarios of this demographic change, and it tends to make them also more conservative in the way they respond to questions about policy and politics. So the idea of a majority-minority image, though, also kind of comports, we could say, with some of the currently popular ideas in the social sciences, and particularly with ideas about white supremacy and therefore with critical race theory. So, you know, the white non-white binary is seen as a critical or the critical societal fault line. In this demographic narrative, the categories don't overlap very much, or at least insofar as they overlap, it's not enough to really matter. They encompass everybody. Everybody is on one or another side of this divide. So the critical race narrative, of course, sees our society as a white supremacist one. But I mean, presumably many who hold to it welcome the majority-minority America of the near future as a society in which white supremacy will be more vulnerable. And presumably there should be many societal ramifications as whites lose their majority status. Now, it's interesting that, and I'll show that the census data that bolster this idea of America have an implicit one-drop rule. But I think also, you know, many social scientists still operate with a one-drop rule, and assuming, therefore, that individuals who come from mixed minority white family backgrounds are generally going to be located on the minority side of this division. And I've had discussions with various colleagues who operate from a critical race theory perspective and argue that this happens because whites refuse to accept them, something that we'll have a chance to look at as we go along. Okay, so as I've implied, census data are really important to this narrative. And certainly they play a very important role in validating the idea that a majority minority America is inevitable. The Census Bureau regularly produces population projections, and these show in their most recent version that by 2045, whites will be a numerical minority of the American population. But they mean whites in what might really be seen as an unusual sense. So the quote here, more than half of all Americans are projected to belong to a minority group in 2045, anything other than non-Hispanic white alone. And for those of you who are not specialists in reading demographic data, let me just unpack that a bit for you. So that means that we have individuals who, yes, they say they're not Hispanic, but they also say that they're the only race that they belong to is the white race. Census Bureau estimates of the current population have also been influential in supporting the majority minority narrative, particularly focusing on the youth population, which is now seen as a majority minority population, where whites are a minority and the collective of minorities is the majority. And so, for example, in around the middle of the last decade, the Census Bureau released estimates of the population that said that that babies born in the United States today are in their majority members of minority groups. NPR had babies of color, now the majority, the census says. So let me give you a signal of where I'm going and say that I think this is false. And I'll give you a reason why I think this is false as we move along. Okay, so but to understand a little bit better kind of what the census data look like that are being used to bolster the idea of the majority minority population, let's look at these projections from the Census Bureau from their, I think this is the last series they did in 2017. And so here we have not Hispanic, whoops, sorry, I didn't mean that, not Hispanic, one race, white race. So these are the non-Hispanic white alone in this row. And if we go over here, I hope you can see my cursor, but under 2045, you'll see the figure 49.75. So in 2045, non-Hispanic single race whites are a bare minority of the population. So obviously, you know, Hispanics are being treated as minorities, and here they are. But also, and this is
So there are a million people out there speaking on these topics who have a more pleasing voice and a more captivating presentation than sociologist Richard Alba. But does this pleasing voice and captivating presentation correlate with truth, or does this more halting manner of presentation, is it more accurate, more truthful, more sophisticated? I would argue the latter.
Curious line that we should pay attention to. Individuals with two or more races are also being treated as minorities because, of course, the white population is being defined as containing only individuals who say they are white alone. Now, when we look across this this row for two or more races, it doesn't really seem as if the numbers are large enough to really change the sort of the direction of this overall change. In other words, it doesn't seem to really affect the notion that whites will be a minority by the middle of this century. But this may turn out to be a bit deceptive. Most of the people in the 2 or more races category have a white parent. Okay, so let me raise some concerns about the majority-minority narrative. And one is that, we have sort of 2 bodies of experience, we could say, that can be drawn on for ideas about how new groups will integrate into our society. So sort of one is the experience of African Americans and to some extent Native Americans, who obviously have suffered enormously from racial exclusion. And indeed, the one drop rule was really coined from their experience because.
And what's particularly heartbreaking here is that this exclusion had absolutely nothing to do with behavior by these groups. It was just entirely arbitrary. It was just foisted on them for no reason whatsoever. Just crazy. Crazy. Why would people do this? My God.
So on the one hand, we have groups where ethno-racial boundaries have been very rigid. And on the other hand, we have groups where ethno-racial boundaries have been more fluid. And so,
and for no good reason whatsoever, just entirely arbitrary, just a product of ignorance and bigotry. So sad.
When we look at contemporary minorities, they are non-white, but mostly, aside from African Americans.
God forbid Elliott Blatt claims that some of these groups that have suffered at the hands of racism have done some bad things. My God, don't believe that, guys. Anyone who has suffered racism, they cannot be held morally accountable because they are the victims of racism. They've done nothing wrong. They're just good people who are suffering under the oppression of white supremacy.
Americans, they're of immigrant origin. So in a sense, the question becomes, which principle is going to be more important? Is it more important that they are non-white and therefore like African Americans, or is it more important that they are of immigrant origin and therefore like the...
So there are a lot of different videos with this bloke, Richard Alba, talking about his book, The Great Demographic Illusion, published by Princeton University Press, 2020.
features of the book and identify some key themes, and then let the panel members discuss further the significance. So on a basic level, the book is about the long-term impacts of immigration and expanding ethno-racial diversity on the United States. The point of departure for the book is the vision of the future that I think is very widespread in our country at this moment, that attempts to summarize for us what these impacts might look like. And that vision is what I call the majority-minority narrative. And specifically, the majority-minority narrative states that at some point in the near future, by mid-century, if you follow the projections of the US Census, whites, who have been the dominant part of our population since the nation was founded, will become a minority of the population, and they will be exceeded in numbers by
let's bring Elliott Blatt. Elliott, what's going on, man?
Hi, Luke. You can hear me? I'm on the phone.
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. We got a few precious hours of sunshine before the next wave of rain comes in, so I'm out for a bit of a walk.
Are you walking on sunshine, and does it feel good?
It does. It is, and I am. We are Xers, Luke. So anyway, Luke, yeah, it's been a tough couple of weeks for me, man. You know, last time we talked, I think I talked about the pipe burst underneath my sink, right? We went through that whole saga,
yes.
right? And so the next day, I have to mop up, I have to do a big thorough clean of the apartment because of all that fetid water that had spread across the floor. And so I had put my trash in the hallway, I had to make space so I could actually mop. And then my neighbor just starts complaining to the landlord about this. Just making a fight where no fight was necessary.
For no reason whatsoever. I mean, you did absolutely nothing that caused any harm to befall this neighbor. Just for no reason, they just started objecting. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, they found a little wrinkle, a real, it's a very strange, small, exceptional circumstance, and decided to make a federal case out of it. And I thought that was highly unneighborly.
Oh,
and
man.
So I was
and you
steaming about that.
Yeah, and you'd been so good to this person. Like, you have just extended yourself in charitable ways on countless occasions, and then they stab you in the back like this. Oy.
Yeah, like I run into the hallway and I don't say mean things like, how are you two fatties doing? I don't say things like that when I run from the hallway. I say, hi, hello, I don't bring up any unpleasant topics. I'm just, a paragon of morality and neighborliness. And I really had done nothing wrong. And that's what makes the indignation. So we were talking about this because, remember, so that we talked about the homosexual run-in incident, right?
Yes.
And so it was just another confirmation of, as soon as you're perceived as a nice guy, you're seen as a target that won't fight back. Right? Everyone has all this resentment bubbling underneath the surface. And if they see a safe outlet for it, and you're there, and you seem safe, they're going to take that chance, bro. What do you think about that?
I think there's some truth to that. For example, if you walk in a way that shows any physical weakness, you're much more likely to be picked on, as opposed to walking in a vigorous and graceful manner. And we do tend to have an effect on how other people treat us. But I suspect with your neighbors that perhaps there were chances for more positive interactions in the past that you did not take advantage of, and now you're paying the price for the lack of establishing good relations with them.
Well, up until that point, I had assumed relations were good between us, because on the rare times that we did meet one another, it was courteous smiles, and there wasn't really any attempt to engage any further than that. Both I didn't want to, and I'm pretty sure that they didn't want to, right? This is a feature of Californian autonomy, which everyone prizes here. So you're supposed to get close, but not too close.
So to what extent did you cause them harm by all the trash that you were piling up outside your door?
There wasn't a lot of trash here. We're talking about a bag of recyclables, a plastic bag of, plastic and non-recyclables, and then a bag of laundry that needed to be taken downstairs. So remember, I live on the 3rd floor. There's no elevator. So each trip up and down the stairs, it's quite a journey. So I like to consolidate my trips and just do as much as possible with each trip. Right? It's just a natural, obvious thing to do. And we're talking about the window here. The time window here is, we're talking about 2 hours. It's not like multiple days, right? We're talking about 2 hours of something a little bit unsightly, right? It wasn't smelly trash or anything like that. We're just talking about things that need to be brought outside to the trash bin.
Was there anything that you could have done that would have reduced the odds of this unpleasantness?
Yeah, I could have made 3 individual trips first, or I could have made my trips to the trash first and then mopped up, right?
Yes.
But that would have been another climb up the stairs, right? So I was trying to always being efficient, I seem to, it's not a matter that I prefer to act efficiently. I need to act efficiently, Luke. Time is money, right? I need to get things done quickly and efficiently, and I can't be spending hours and hours walking up and down the stairs. I just
And
can't.
yet,
Luke.
ironically, you're going to end up being harmed by this efficiency, it sounds like.
I did. So if you live in the city, you're walking on, it's like Tokyo. Everyone's very polite in Tokyo because they have to be, because they're in such close quarters that acting out in, selfish, antisocial ways, really puts ripples and causes pain in the wider community. So I'm sure the Japanese have involved a high degree of politeness, which they're famous for because of that reason. So
I'm thinking that more walking of stairs would actually be good for you, Elliott.
Well, you'd be wrong, Luke, because it's incredibly. So anyway, I didn't mean to go. I was basically trying to set up a larger story by just telling you it's been a bad week, right?
I'm sorry. Please carry on.
All right. So then Thursday rolls around. I think it was Thursday or might have been Friday. When you had the stream with Ricardo and David, and I was on briefly. Was that Friday?
I believe that was Thursday.
Thursday. Okay, so Thursday rolls around, and I have to, all my errands have been popping. I have to run a bunch of errands, and so I'm not going to go into the whole detail because there's lots of little tributaries that are also interesting stories. So I'm just going to cut to the chase and go to the main point, which is I got in a little auto accident, Luke.
I'm sorry.
I am too, bro. And it wasn't terrible, but the car was damaged. The front right tire was damaged, and the wheel, and so forth. And for the life of me, I still to this minute can't figure out what I was thinking and what I was doing that did this. And I don't know, have you been in an accident? You been in an auto accident?
I have, and way too many of them were my fault.
Oh, really? But do you know that particular sound that like a collision has?
Yes.
It's like highly abnormal, and it sends shockwaves through your body,
Yes.
And so basically I'd run over a little raised area in the street that marks off the turning lane, and I didn't see the raised part because it was raining and dark, and took me by surprise. But I hit it at about 30 miles an hour maybe, and it was enough to damage the tire. And so I hold on, traffic, sorry. So I sort of go into a mild set of shock, I try to collect myself and figure out what to do and so forth. And I'm not thinking clearly, but I'm not apoplectic either. I'm just unsettled,
Yes.
So anyway, I get myself rearranged, and
were you masturbating at the time that you had this collision?
I had just finished, Luke.
Okay.
Just finished. That's the, luckily, because that would have been a long call with the insurance company, And so I'm waiting at the light, and this homeless person who had witnessed this whole thing, who was obviously psychotic, starts screaming at me, "You can't drive, bro! You're an asshole!" Every possible indignity that he could think of, he was just hurling at me, and just absorbing these. So I'm still in semi-shock, and I'm like, I'm just gonna stay calm. The only thing I can do here is remain calm and just deal with the aftermath, deal with the consequences, and just get to a safe space, And so, and for some reason, so I was waiting for the arrow signal to change, and it wouldn't change. So minute after minute after minute is going by, and this might have been why the accident happened. I think there's probably some malfunction with the lights that got me confused. And anyway, it's still a mystery to me. but the light won't change. And I'm just getting just this absolute fusillade of abuse from this homeless person, you know? And I'm just stoically absorbing these blows like a fortress of emotional stability that I am and what I'm known for.
Yes.
And then finally I just realized the light's broken. It's not going to change. And I have to take matters into my own hands. So I have my wounded car with a flat tire, and I finally I'd make another, I take the left against the light, and I'm looking for a parking lot in a safe space away from this lunatic so I can, call the insurance company and figure out all that stuff. So I finally do all of this. All right.
Yes.
And then it's like, so I go through all the stages of grief, and I get to the point where I'm able to start acting rationally. So I call AAA. Of course, AAA, it's been so long since I used it, and I just thought I was auto-renewing,
Yes.
because that's the way it had always worked, but then they stopped doing auto-renewing, so it turned out my AAA had been canceled, and so I didn't have AAA anymore when I thought I did, and then, so meanwhile, I'm being put on hold and transferred, because my original AAA was from Massachusetts, but now I'm in California, and that just had wrought havoc with their system, and it was just, it couldn't have been more arduous and more painful to just figure this whole thing out. So finally, I could pay a $75 fee, get my AAA reestablished, and then be eligible for a tow, right?
Yes.
And so this all goes down, but so I try to schedule an actual tow truck, and then I get through this whole on hold situation. It goes on for felt like eternity, and then and it was dark, by the way, and I'm sitting in this weird abandoned parking lot somewhere near the YouTube headquarters, South San Francisco, and I said, you know what? I just need to be home. I need to get home and stabilize because I'm not functioning well. And so I'll just call an Uber, Luke. Right?
Yes, as one does.
Just call an Uber. So it's been again, the last time, it's been about 5 years since I've taken the Uber. And so I pull out, I don't even have Uber on my phone. So I got to download Uber. And this is taking forever. I'm sort of in a dead spot, and then it's just not working, right? So I said, fuck it. I'll just call a normie cab. I'll take a old-fashioned cab. All right? So I call the cab. Cab picks me up, whisks me home. Very dignified man. He hold on a second. He dressed up a little bit. He didn't wear a suit or anything, but he dressed up nicely, and he took his job seriously and sort of made you feel at home because he brought a certain measure of professionalism to the task, And so I appreciated that. And so he finally got me home. It's $58. $58 to ride a cab, 5 miles. We need an app where you can just call someone and call someone to just come pick you up when they need it, So anyway, so I endured that indignity. And I figured, so in the meantime, I found the owners of the parking lot of the business that I was in were coming out. And then I explained to them what had happened. I asked them if I could just leave my car there overnight. Mercifully, they said yes, which was nice. So that allowed me to go home and then deal with it the subsequent day. So which I then did. But this time I wanted to take an Uber because I was still smarting from the $58 cab trip, right?
Yes.
And so I reinstalled Uber finally after a bunch of rigmarole. And then all of my credit cards that were associated with a cab, they had all expired because it had been like 5 years. So I had to find another credit card, get the account established, and then get Uber back to my car. And so the Uber back was $40, So it's $18 difference. The exact same ride was like $18 cheaper via Uber than a traditional cab. If you're interested, I know you're interested in statistics and data.
Yes.
So anyway, get back to the car. I get the tow, and then I get towed to the auto shop that's going to do the work. And I'm sweating bullets because I have no idea how expensive this is going to be. Because inflation and everything, and just auto repair is just typically very expensive. And for all I know, this is a $5,000 job.
Yes.
And I'm in like just a cold sweat about this. I'm so mad at myself. And yet it's in the past, and so I have to just deal with it. So there's all this emotional processing that's going on, But I said, well, I'll just do what I can. Put one foot in front of the other, take care of each step one at a time, So I get to the auto lot, and this guy, he's got like a red face and like these burning eyes, the proprietor of the auto shop, and he's looking at me, and I can just feel the gears just churning in his reptile brain, how badly he's going to screw me. He's just, it's all yes sir, happy, cheer, cheer. But I could just sense he was just going to stick the knife in,
Yes.
And so I played poker face. I said, I'll just deal with it. I'm just going to have to deal with it. This is one of those things that happens. You just deal with it. So finally, I dropped the car off, and then I have to get home. Now this time, I'm not taking another Uber, right? I'm going to take public transportation. This is the third trip, and I'm just not up for another $40 hit by taking a car home. I'm going to take public transportation. It'll take a little longer, but it's going to be like $6 versus $40. So I said it's worth it. So I take a series of trains. I finally get on a bus, and I get on the 22 Fillmore, which is a bus that carves its way north to south through the city. And it goes through basically every social demographic neighborhood that there is, It's like a tour. It's like this, what is this?
Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
No, it's like the Inferno, It's going through the different realms of hell, And, but like, our Willy Wonka too. So, so I finally, and by the way, I haven't even grumbled, I've been very stoic throughout this whole ordeal.
Yes.
So finally, this pack of urban youth get on the bus, right?
Yes.
And they start whooping it up. They all start smoking pot on the bus, against the law, completely, flagrantly violating the law and the conventions and the norms of the bus society. And they were just acting it up, whooping it up, screaming expletives, squirming in their seats, just complete utter disregard for everything we hold good and dear. And then one of them pipes up and he looks at me and he says, "Are you a white supremacist?" I swear to God. Yeah, he read my mind, Luke. And then I say to him, "No, but where do I join?" Yeah, which I thought was a pretty quick, which he laughed at, But basically, I felt like I was being held hostage by these youth. And everybody else on that bus felt like seemed to be being held hostage. It was weird, and everyone had recorded to, they'd sort of gone into this cocoon, and they decided to just laugh at all their jokes, and hopefully they don't lash out and kill them. This is the dynamic that they created, and so eventually I endure this. I finally get home, and then I had to sort of vent about this on Nextdoor, right? So I wrote this story out about what had happened, and I was very careful not to push any racial hot buttons. But if you read between the lines, you could detect some racial content, right? Because it was immediately picked up upon. You ever notice that?
Yes.
No one wants to talk about it, but it's immediately top of mind. So if you even hint at it, then the earthquake goes off, you know?
Yes.
So, and so but while this is all going on, I'm completely oblivious to this whole Elon, Vivek drama that's unfolding on Twitter, right? I'm hearing about it here and there, but I have no idea about the magnitude. I have no idea how large it is, you know, and what an earthquake it's become. And, you know, and that so basically brings us to the present. But, so my point is, well, go ahead. I'll formulate. Do you have anything to say here?
Yeah, it feels like the world around you and many of its people are often quite wrong.
The world around me
and the people around you are often behaving badly.
Oh yes, indeed, Luke. Yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just been a tough month for the champ, bro. So but this tied into the original experience with the neighbor, and I forgot the connecting thread. I'm trying to recall it, but there's so much noise out here, I can't think straight.
Well, the connecting thread is that other people are wronging you, right? People are continuing to wrong you, and it feels bad.
Oh, that's it. That was the thread. Both groups saw me as a victim, Luke. I was giving off victim vibes. I was giving off target vibes. I was giving off not a threat vibes. I was not a eucalyptus tree that made life uncomfortable for those around me, right? I was the opposite of a eucalyptus tree. Is there an opposite? Is there an anti-eucalyptus tree that sort of invites predators to consume it?
Well, you're the opposite of the honey badger, right? The honey badger doesn't care.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I don't know. That was just the amusing anecdote, I think.
Yeah, so like people sometimes will behave badly towards us and they are going to cause us pain, but usually we will have played some role in our own misfortune. Do you think there's any role that you may have played in your own misfortune here?
Well, beyond the obvious of getting the accident in the first place, beyond the obvious of, you know, mistakenly thinking that I could leave my trash, my laundry outside my door for a couple hours, beyond those things? Or subtly, the more psychological stuff, do you think that I'm just, you know, that I'm...
I say that
obviously I'm doing something wrong, Luke.
Yes.
Obviously. And I seem to be I keep making the same mistake over and over.
Yes.
And yet, to me, at the time, it's never clear what mistake I'm making. So I only recognize it as a mistake after I've made it.
Well, perhaps putting out of our minds the wrongs that others have done to us, perhaps we should resolutely look for our own mistakes. Where have we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Though a situation has not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person entirely. Where were we to blame? The inventory was ours, not the other man's. Where we saw our faults, we listed them. We placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs honestly, and we became willing to set them straight.
Yes, Luke. So I hear you. 12 steps and message received, bro. Maybe that's the next step. I don't know.
I mean, how bad would things have to go before you went to AA?
A little bit worse than they currently are.
Okay, so maybe
I'm right on the line, bro. I'm right on the line.
Yeah, twice as much pain and suffering as you've experienced the last 4 days. Maybe if we like double the pain, then
I'm finally ready. Then I'd finally be ready.
Yeah.
Okay, so until then, I'll keep absorbing those blows.
Yeah, no, definitely keep going until the pain just becomes so intense that you go to a room filled with wankers and
Yeah, I can just imagine what an AA meeting is like. Just I can't imagine.
Just imagine what it'd be like to step into that. I mean, ugh. I mean, I think you should just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I know, but remember, Luke, I'm afraid of other people because they're going to see me as a target, you know. And if I go into a 12-step room,
my
they're gonna
God,
say,
just imagine if you got a
"Here's a
sponsor.
sucker."
Yeah, just imagine you got a sponsor, and he said, "I need you to call me every day at 6 a.m."
Yeah, but I like to sleep, man. My sleep is
Exactly.
important. It's like that's why I recharge. That's why I reset
Right.
my
And
immune
imagine he
system.
said, "I want you to call me before you have another drink."
I don't know, long distance, man. It's expensive.
And aggravating. I mean, don't you deserve to feel better after all that you've suffered?
I just need the world to unfold a little bit more optimally, bro. I don't have a problem.
No, I mean, the world around you is so messed up. I mean, it's just time that, you know, it conform with what's in your best interest, man. People just keep wronging you, and that's bad.
Oh, all right. I forgot a very important element of the story. Like 2 days ago, I started having inklings that I might get in a car accident. Like these intuitions, they were
Yes.
they were
Yes.
repeated and unmistakable, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, there's these signals are so subtle and so easy to dismiss that one usually just dismisses them. And I kept getting that signal. I'm saying, okay, so how do I respond to this information? Not drive? You know, there's nothing you can do. It was like a voice of the future coming in to tell me to be prepared.
Well,
And
I mean, you've suffered, but you've got a passion for your particular way of life. You get a thrill out of doing the equivalent of skipping in front of fast-moving vehicles, and you're enjoying yourself. You get, you know, these old twinges and warnings, but sometimes, right, you have bad luck and you get slightly injured, and then you're hit more severely, and life, you know, fractures your skull, so to speak, and then a fast-moving trolley car breaks your arm, and you decide to stop jaywalking for a few weeks, but then you do it again and you break both legs, and you try every possible means to get this jaywalking idea out of your head.
so, Luke, do you ever run into mishaps?
Yes.
Still, even after all of your 12-step work?
Yes, I still have. I still get humiliated and have setbacks, but I despair perhaps 10% as much as I used to.
You despair 10% as much. Okay, so that's a radical improvement. I mean, that's
Yeah. And if
Well-
I'm like following, if I'm in a bad pattern or I'm having premonitions, sometimes I'll reach out to other people with similar problems and talk to them about what's going on.
Yeah, I remember from yoga class, they said that you deal with those premonitions. You have to stop and just do some deep breathing until those premonitions stop. You need to process it through your breathing, which I could have done, and I didn't do it.
Right. You listen to the whispers so you don't have to hear the screams.
Yeah. You want to be the horse that runs just at the sight of the whip. You don't have to wait for the whip to burrow deep into your flesh.
Yeah.
So what
yeah,
about?
I mean, you're getting some inner prompts that perhaps a realignment might be in your best interest.
Yeah, there's no other way to interpret it, bro. No other way. No other way to interpret it. Speaking of, so did you hear this Loomer Adrian
Yeah,
conversation?
the 5-minute excerpt I listened to.
Yeah. So like Loomer just constantly just appears on your screen. She has this gift for being at the center of things.
Yes, she's formidable. I mean, people who've gone up against her have paid a really severe price because she's she's very good at researching things and then putting together a series of tweets that can turn your life upside down.
Yeah. Now, who do you think she thinks she can prevail in this one?
Well, I think most people in MAGA would be more on her side than on Vivek's side. Elon Musk kind of goes back and forth. On the one hand, he says he's for highly selective immigration, and then on the other hand, he seems to be for much higher rates of H-1B visa use. So she's doing good work. Whether she's doing it in the most effective way is a different question.
All right. I become a very solid Elon skeptic now, and he's figured out a way to alienate both sides of the political aisle. I don't see how Trump cannot let him loose. Just strategically here.
Wait, you'd cut him loose just because he's wrong about one important thing?
No, because he's antagonized a very key part of Trump's support. So he needs to publicly throw him under the bus and appease the rabble.
So who do you think has done more for Donald Trump over the past year, Elon Musk or Laura Loomer?
Probably Musk.
Yeah, probably.
But who do you think more accurately represents his intense fan base?
Laura Loomer.
There you go, bro. There you go. It's a tough one. This is a tough one for Trump, but you know where I'm going.
Yeah, and I think it's not the way to go. You don't want to jettison people because they're wrong about this or that. You want to have as wide an effective coalition as you can. And so you acknowledge their concerns, but please, I would hope that Donald Trump falls more on the immigration restriction. And even if he fails us to some degree, he's better than the alternatives.
Fair enough. The thing is like, Elon Musk is such a huge target, right? Hated by the left now. Now he's hated by big sections of the right. And it just looks grimy, to have this industrialist always being shown at the side of Donald Trump and whispering in his ear. That's part one. Part two is this Vivek character. You know what he did?
What did he do?
You know how he... Okay, this is a good, excellent retort, Luke. You're learning. He took a drug that had already failed FDA testing,
yes.
And then took it, relabeled it, rebranded it, and then formed a company around it, knowing that it wouldn't pass, knowing that it already failed, right? And then if it were to be tested again, it would be highly likely that it would also fail. But that didn't stop him from raising money around it. And so he essentially built millions of dollars out of unsuspecting investors. So this isn't the lovable little elf that's excellent at math, This he's not good, bro. You got to look deeper.
And is that the most important thing about him? I mean, were these just completely innocent investors who got taken in by some slick talking immigrant, or did they have some kind of rational empirical basis for their investment?
Well, they were misled. So,
and they were naive. They didn't know to do their own research.
At some level, you need to trust the representations made by the principals of the company. Do you think? I don't know.
Do you think savvy investors just trust the representations? Because I don't think savvy investors just trust representations. I think only an idiot trusts representations.
Well, okay, but not that I want to litigate this thing right now, but people, if you're raising money, there's laws that you have to follow about the claims you make, and you're supposed to, obviously, investors need to do their own diligence, but your average investor is not equipped to know that a drug has been rebranded and has already failed FDA approval.
And
No,
they
you're
were
saying
helpless.
because he got it. Wait a second.
They were helpless to
Because
employ
he got
attorneys. Go ahead.
Because he got away with a scam, you're saying that the investors are equally culpable? What are you saying?
I'm saying that I suspect that there's more to this story than you're letting on, and it's not as black and white that Vivek's just a scammer. I suspect that that this sort of thing happens all the time in this area, and if he wasn't successfully sued, people have been known to sue in these sort of situations if it was as clear cut as you presented. So I'm skeptical that it's as clear cut as you presented. Otherwise, he would have been successfully sued.
Well, I'm eager to learn, obviously, but the little I've read paints a very damning picture of Mr. Ramaswamy. That's all.
Right, but you could very easily paint a very damning picture of anyone and be 100% factually accurate.
Okay, well, again, here we have, flanking Donald Trump, a very unsavory seeming character. Whether or not he's truly guilty or not doesn't matter. It's this aura of filth that seems to surround Trump, it's going to undermine his effectiveness.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a whole bunch of corruption and ineffectiveness in this new Trump regime. I don't think, however, you could win the presidency or any important political office without a whole bunch of dirty behavior.
You're always the realist, Luke. Yeah, yeah. It's like any shred of idealism that I advance, you're quick to snuff out like a completed, it's a well-smoked cigarette. You just grind it into the ashtray.
But I don't get people like Ricardo who feel constantly gaslit. Like I expect filthy behavior from other people because I know I've engaged in so much of it myself.
You measure everybody you look at everybody through the dirty lens that you are.
Yes, exactly.
Interesting, bro.
I'm filthy, bro. I mean, I've got some parts of me that look clean, but there's so much that is filthy about me, and I expect the same from other people. And so I don't feel gaslit because I don't expect people to say what they mean, and I don't expect people to mean what they say, and that people employ filthy tactics to get ahead in life does not surprise me.
Okay. Now, are you surprised that my term Mars tard hasn't taken off yet?
I don't get it. What does that mean? Oh, Mars. Okay, Elon Musk is going to Mars.
Yeah. So anybody that believes in this, thinks it's going to happen, or that it's a worthwhile endeavor, is a Mars tard. I think it's genius, bro.
Yeah, but you could equally apply an equally accurate put down for anyone, including ourselves. That Elon Musk is part con man, he's part showman, he's part filth man, he is part mental illness, and he's also a person of some substance. He's all over the map, like you and like me. Like you do some good things, you do some terrible things, you do some upright things, and you do some sneaky things, just like I do.
Okay, we're having two different conversations here, right? I'm talking about someone's political worth to a president. You're talking about the fact that he has a mixed character, right? These are separate considerations. So I'm in the realm of political strategy, and you're in the realm of moral rectitude.
No, I would say with regard to political strategy that Elon Musk comes with some benefits and some minuses. Right now, I think he's more of a benefit. If tomorrow we find out that he's raped 187 children, I would say he's more of a detriment.
What if it's only 109?
Then, I mean, let's say he's being kicked out of 109 parties.
Yeah.
But he didn't create Tesla, but he's also done some good things. So you'd have to, like, sometimes people will get thrown out of a place for doing nothing wrong. They're the victims of bigotry and oppression.
I guess time will tell, Luke.
Yeah,
All right, Luke,
I
I
would
gotta
I
stop
would
talking
rather have the world's richest man on my side.
I don't know. I think it's a very mixed picture, and I think he's now crossed into subtracting more than he gives. So it's time. It's time. He's got to be Caesar here. He's got to cross that Rubicon. He's got to make the tough decision.
That's exactly what your neighbors said about you to the landlord.
Yes. Elliott is trying to take over the hallway.
He's crossed the Rubicon. He's now more of a net detriment than a net positive.
Yes. All right. That's a good place to end the conversation. My throat hurts.
Blessing.
All
Okay.
right, blessing.
Take care, bro. Okay. Let's give the people what they want. More on Richard Alba.
Aggregate of minority groups, that is to say, Asians, Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, and also, if you follow the Census Bureau's statements, people of multiracial or mixed origin, who will turn out to be very important in my story. This narrative also claims that this outcome is inevitable, and it is the simple result of demographic forces. And for those of you not familiar with demography, there are three key demographic forces: migration, fertility, and mortality, which in this narrative are all working to bring about the outcome of whites becoming a minority of the population. I hold, and the book argues, that the majority-minority narrative is both divisive and distorting. It's divisive because...
And the chat notes, Trump has a great team. I'm impressed. And Donald Trump has a great team in some respects, and he has a flawed team in other respects. So critics of Trump's team have some good points, and proponents of Trump team have some good points. So let's stay open to the very complicated nature of reality and how well Trump's team navigates constantly changing circumstances.
As convincing social psychological research shows, whites, when reminded about this, are made very uneasy. They frequently then express more conservative political stances and more anti-minority attitudes. And, I think the political science of the 2016 election certainly shows that the sense of white vulnerability contributed to the outcome of the election. It drove many working class whites in particular into voting for Donald Trump, our current president. This narrative, in my view, is distorting because it obscures certainly one very important force that is changing the social contours of the United States and is going to have a big impact on what ethnicity and race looked like in the middle of the 20th century. And that force is the mixing across ethno-racial lines that is now taking place on a sizable scale in American families. Now, we know about this to some extent from the intermarriage data that are fairly regularly tracked, and the Pew Research Center, small shout out to them, has done a good job in compiling these data and sort of giving them to us in a sort of summary form. What their report shows is that between the late 1960s, when so-called anti-miscegenation laws, anti-intermarriage laws were finally removed from the legal code by the US Supreme Court, between the late 1960s and now, the intermarriage rate, the marriage between people coming from different major ethno-racial categories, marriage between whites and blacks, marriage between Asians and Hispanics, etc., has gone from roughly 3% among newlyweds to 17%. Also noteworthy is that in the great majority of these marriages, a white partner is united with a minority partner. So the book doesn't use intermarriage so much. It uses the next generation to come out of intermarriages. The young, particularly young Americans who now come from ethno-racially mixed family backgrounds. It uses them as a lens to one of the existing major ethno-racial groups. So in the past, America could be said to have been dominated by the so-called one-drop rule, by which any sign of especially African descent meant that an individual, regardless of how much, what other kinds of elements there were in his or her family background, was seen as African American. But today, it's no longer the case that we immediately categorize people with mixed backgrounds in the minority category.
So this is a discussion that took place September 21, 2020. What else do we have here? All right, this is a discussion that took place March 14, 2021.
Once degraded, the Jews and Italians who were once viewed as so on the margins of American society. Another complication is that arising from increasing formation of families that span the minority white ethno-racial divide. And so we have to, and one might ask, well, do these data carry over? Probably even more strongly, in the sense that it's very likely that some cohabiting couples don't marry because indeed they cross these boundaries and their families object. So I think it's the intermarriage data are not comprehensive, but they're a good indication of the degree of mixing in family formation. So what does this mean about children? Well, so now the previous data that Pew gave us come from census data, but now I'm going to turn to birth certificate data. And birth certificate data have an advantage over census data because we're not restricted to parents who are cohabiting with an infant. And so we can look at all births, and even when the father is not acknowledged, those births are included in the data from which this graph is based. When there's only a mother and no father, I'm counting those infants as not mixed, because my idea of mixed is that individuals who are born into a mixed family setting have, by virtue of their birth, close kinship relations to individuals coming from two or more ethno-racial groups or populations. So in 2017, a little more than 14% of all the births were mixed. Of those mixed births, 75% of them, more than 10%, involve a white parent and a non-white parent, or at least a parent who would be regarded as non-white by the census coding of ethnicity race. Now, interestingly, the biggest group of these mixes is one that gets very little attention. I mean, when people think of those who have come from mixed ethno-racial backgrounds, they probably most frequently think of individuals who have a black-white parentage, or maybe they think of Asian white parentage. But the really big group has one Hispanic parent and one non-Hispanic white parent. Notice that those are at least half of all of the minority white mixes. And another interest I want to point out has been used to validate the notion that we are inevitably heading toward a mixed minority-majority society. And it turns out that the data are really questionable because there are real problems that are baked into both the collection of ethno-racial data and the way they are then coded by the Census Bureau, certainly for purposes of the public presentation of data. So the Census Bureau isn't comfortable with data presentations that place individuals in more than one ethno-racial category. Of course, that would also...
And you might be thinking, U.S. Census Bureau, this is part of the United States government. They can just do what they want. But no, they have to take direction from the Office of Management and Budget, which is not primarily interested in truth. The OMB, Office of Management and Budget, is primarily interested in data that is collected and presented in a way that facilitates the ease of operation of other government bureaucracies, right? The OMB forces the U.S. Census Bureau to operate in a way that does not optimize for truth, but rather optimizes for bureaucratic ease.
Also mean that when we added up the percentages in different categories, that we'd get more than 100%. That's part of the discomfort. And so in the most common public presentation of data, as we saw, individuals who are reported as mixed, white, and minority are classified as not white. I say that in and of itself creates a problem. In addition, the current format that the Census Bureau uses, and also in the 2020 census, is a two-question format for collecting data about ethnicity and race. So there's one question for Hispanic origin and another question for race. And this makes it impossible for us to identify at least with any accuracy, individuals who are trying to say that they're mixed Hispanic and non-Hispanic. So, for example, if a person has, a white parent, a non-Hispanic white parent, and a Hispanic parent, and says, "Well, I'm Hispanic and white," that person will simply be classified as Hispanic. And the reason for this is actually sensible, and that is that for most people of Hispanic background, their primary identification is with Hispanic origin, and they're required to report a race, but we have very good evidence that their reporting of race doesn't really fit our common understanding of racial categories. So we know that a lot of people who are Hispanic check white as their race, about half do. But that isn't because they necessarily regard themselves as white. They just think, well, this is the category I should use. Some of it has to do, like at the southern border, in communities of Mexican-American families that have been present on American soil since, before the end of the Mexican-American War. This has to do with memories of how they were classified in the treaty that ended the war. They were regarded, according to those treaties, as white. In any event, I mean, these racial reports are not really regardable as a reliable indicator of our ordinary meanings of race. So how does this affect then the growing number of children who come from mixed minority white ethno-racial backgrounds? And I should have said, by the way, when I showed you the birth certificate data, that the number of children, babies born from mixed family backgrounds has been rising steadily, not sharply necessarily, but steadily. And so a lot of the mixed Americans are actually children. By the way, in census projections, this is even more true, because the projections imply even further mixing between now and 2045. Well, of course, children are not telling us how they identify. they are having, if their parents are reporting their ethno-racial backgrounds to the Census Bureau. And it's not surprising that in the great majority, and I mean, I've looked at the data, in the great majority, parents of mixed parents from two different groups report their children as mixed because they want to honor, you know, if you will, both sides of their children's family backgrounds. So that means then that the children are going to be regarded as non-white by the way the census classifies mixed individuals in public data. There's a further problem, and I don't want to, I know this is going a bit into the weeds, but I think it's worth it because we have to understand how problematic the census data are in conveying to us how the society is changing, other than saying it's
Okay, let's get Ash back on the show. Ash, long time no talk. How are ya?
Hey, Luke, how's it going?
Good.
Thanks for
Great to
having me
talk to you.
on.
Absolutely.
It's been quite a while.
Yeah, it's been a few years. How's life?
Yeah. Life is going very well. My husband started we started our own business back in the summer of 2021. I'm sorry, I'm outside, so my kids don't pester me when I'm trying to do this, but I got chickens everywhere, so that's what the noise is. But yeah, we started our own business back in 2021. I have 4 kids now. I had my fourth last March, so you can say things have been going pretty well in my household.
Okay, great. And how much have you tried to stay abreast right-wing politics over the past few years?
I never stopped. I never stopped reading or researching, if you want to call it that. I've unfortunately, I say unfortunately because I guess and I believe I told you that I was doxxed. My address it wasn't my address. I was staying with a family member for a few months, and they had doxed that address, which had a house with 4 kids in it, and basically 2 families at the time. So it's like, okay, maybe I should step back because I'm not trying to risk physical harm to my family. So,
And have you changed or developed your perspectives and your views, your opinions on political issues in the last 4 years?
Maybe. Like, I feel like I've kind of been more radicalized, but I can't voice that opinion. I'm secretly radicalized, if that makes any sense.
Yes, makes total sense. So your experience of life has made you more radical than you were 6 years ago.
I wouldn't say, well, I'm kind of one of these strange people. Like I want to say I've been awake since I was a teenager, starting with 9/11. I was 16 when I first brought in, it wasn't loose change. I forgot what it was, but I brought it into an art class.
It's loose change.
I've always had.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't Michael Moore. There was another film.
Yeah, there was Loose Change. Loose Change is a documentary saying that 9/11 was an inside job.
Right. Okay. Well, I know there was a couple back then. But anyway, I remember I brought it into an art class, and my art teacher was gracious enough to let me play this movie for the class, and I'm arguing with people. So I've always had this proclivity towards kind of being a shit starter, but also saying like, hey, look, these are some different facts in what we're giving. Maybe we should look at it, So I've always had this inclination towards at least getting to the bottom of the truth. And I guess my whole life, my dad kind of always told my sister and I certain things about race and kind of who runs things. And so that was always kind of in the back of my mind, but nothing really hit me until living in California for about 8 years, the Bay Area. And I think I kind of got radicalized on racial differences. Nothing to where I was hating people for being different or for not being white, but I noticed differences, and I didn't like to live in it. I didn't like to work where I had to deal with these people. It was Indians, mostly Indians. Like, for instance, I remember I worked as a bartender at a P.F. Chang's restaurant in Silicon Valley, and the complaints that we would get from customers about Indians taking off their shoes and putting it all over the seats and near the table where people are eating. So like little things like that just kind of made me realize, okay, there are different cultures, there are different races, and it does matter. It absolutely matters. I now live in rural North Carolina. I'm in Western North Carolina, somewhat close to Asheville. And it's mostly white. This is kind of what we wanted, but my husband included. So yeah, sorry, I kind of ranted there. I didn't mean to stray. What was your original question?
So you answered it. So I'm just curious, where does your Christianity play a role in how you look at the world?
Well, I don't think it ever really changed. Like, becoming a Christian didn't really change my perspective on how people should be treated. Always thought or had the natural inclination to want to treat everybody equally, like don't judge a book by its cover, because that was kind of what was hammered into me since grade school. And I actually feel that way also just, by living life. Everybody's pretty much equal in terms of dignity, but I noticed there are differences, and it's like, okay, well, how do we deal with those differences? So I don't know. I don't think my Christianity really altered my point of view of the world really any different. I don't know, maybe I should thank Christianity for opening, I don't know, I guess part of my red pill journey, if you want to call it that, was, reading the Bible and realizing like, oh, wow, there's a lot more problems than I initially realized.
If someone, who do you respect the most? Who would you listen to the most if they gave you a reproof or a correction?
Well, I don't know. It probably people in my own personal life, for sure. People that I would respect in terms of maybe it's another mom or that's also a wife. And if they have, everything that's going good for them, and they were to, talk to me sincerely and say, Ashley, this is a problem, then I would probably listen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I do have those people, but there aren't that many people that I say like, oh yes, I just respect them so much, I think, well, also part of the problem is once you take the red pill, you're isolated. And I guess since 2019, after I came to, know things, I definitely became more isolated. So nobody in my personal life really knows what I know. Like, I have to keep everything pretty much quiet because I know the reaction that I would get. So I don't really see anybody coming towards me like, Ashley, you need to calm down with this, because I'm simply just not really talking about it.
That sounds incredibly painful to not be able to talk about some of these things that are of importance to you with the people who are most in your life.
Well, yeah. I'm not saying I completely don't do it, but I have to be careful about how I do it. Like the language I use, and I hate it because I have to basically self-censor or self-police, and that's not me naturally. Naturally, I'm very outspoken. I'm a Southern gal, so I got a big mouth on me. So it's that part comes unnatural, but I understand, I'm not so naive to just think, oh, I can just say whatever I want and there's not going to be blowback. I know that's just not the way the world works. I will say though, so I guess January of 2019 is kind of when it all started, and I went a little bit crazy, if for lack of a better term. I kind of spurred out a little bit. I would talk to my sister and my dad, and my dad was the one person I have talked to about this, and he's just like, yeah, I know, I've been telling you this since you were little. And it's like, okay, well, that kind of makes me feel good. I think the other thing is I'm not wrong. That's the whole part. It's like I'm not wrong for believing this or thinking certain ways, and it's just frustrating that I feel like I'm kind of the only one in my real life that gets it, and I just want to like shake everybody and like, why don't you understand, you know? But that's just not the way the world works. So
what lessons have you drawn from people that you know who have suffered for being too public about their red-pilled beliefs?
Well, just be more anonymous. I feel like that's probably a better idea. Well, to be honest, I think the people that, whether they're anonymous or not, just talking about it online was kind of, it made me not feel crazy. But I just think anonymity is one of the most important things in this whole process, because they will destroy your life for simply asking questions. And I kind of despise that. Like I'm a heritage American. My ancestry goes back, I just figured out recently, my ancestry goes back to pre-revolution days. So naturally I'm a rebel, and you know, I don't know, it's just kind of hard.
What was your attitude towards QAnon?
Well, to be honest, my husband was the first one that found it. I think it was late, had to be November of 2017. And he asked me about it. And I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? So, of course, I had a Twitter account back then. And I guess I talked him into getting one because of the whole Trump thing. He got it. That's where he saw the QAnon stuff. And he told me about it. I started getting into it until probably April of 2018. And then it's like, okay, this is kind of bullshit. Nothing that they're saying is coming true. So, you know, I kind of just let it go. But I continued on with my research. So I would say that it helped me. It was a little stepping stone that I needed. And that's kind of where it ended for me, though.
And where do you turn for accurate information about the world beyond your own firsthand experience?
Well, I guess you could say just social media. I was never one to really watch the news. I always thought it was, you know, kind of boomer tier, and it never really interested me. It was always very short conversations, and, you know, I just never found that interesting. But I've always been more interested in real life experience, and you definitely get that when you're on social media. You get normies that talk about pretty much everything, especially on Facebook. People are so apt to spill their whole life story. So I did get a lot of information from there. Of course, podcasters, or people that do streams I would listen to, and, you know, if something rings true, no matter who it is that's saying it, it'll make sense. So I guess, like, you know, different sources.
And it sounds like your life was more pleasant and easier prior to getting red-pilled.
Well, I don't know. It depends on what you mean. Do I regret being red-pilled? Like, no, because I believe, and I still believe that, like, we were right. Like, we're right about this. So I'm not disappointed in trying to seek the truth, finding the truth, and sticking with it. If I could go back, I would say I definitely would have been more careful with my identity. Although I don't know how much, you know, that would have really helped, because there are ways to find people, as we know. But I wouldn't necessarily say that it like ruined my life, but it definitely, I don't know, I guess kind of black-pilled, in the sense of my culture, my people, my country is just, it's dying. And, you know, I can't talk to anybody about it. I can't go to my close friends and talk to them about it, because they just simply don't care. You know, like, they have kids of their own and family and jobs, and just no interest in it. You know, like, they'd rather post on Facebook and of their kids unwrapping Christmas presents and stuff. Like, nobody, it's kind of different for me, I guess, because I'm a female, and so I'm really kind of outcast. So Yeah, I don't know. Like I wouldn't say it made my life horrible, but it definitely made it feel more isolating because I can't speak to anybody IRL about this.
Do you draw any comfort that at least you see through the bullshit while the normies just give in to the bullshit?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I do have an Instagram account that I have a lot of normie friends on, like kids or kids, but people I've known since grade school. And I don't go like full on hardcore red pill on there, but I'll do, like drop pink pills that a normie can at least maybe understand. And it's only like I have like a couple hundred followers on there. So it's not like I'm doing some big thing where I'm just red pilling everybody. But I'm sorry, what was your question?
No, I get it. You answered it. But people can drink too much water. People can do too much exercise. Is it possible to consume too much of the red pill and then get poisoned by it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a couple weeks ago, I didn't read Dr. Duke's book, but I was able to listen to it. And I mean, I feel like listening to it, I mean, it's kind of what an amazing book. And like the amount of time and effort and organization that it took to make something like that is just incredible. But it's like who can I tell? Like post something about David Duke and they're gonna think, oh my God, like white nationalist, white supremacist, Nazi, and everything I say from then on after is just gonna be nonsense, you know?
Yeah. How about participating in Christianity? Are you able to be a functioning regular part of a Christian community, or do you feel isolated, or are you just not interested in being an integral part of a church?
To be honest, I don't go to church. I don't feel the Holy Spirit when I go to churches. I've like on Easter we'll go to church. Normally we try a new church on Easter. But I just don't feel holy when I go there. Not because of me, but mostly because I don't know, the congregation or it's the pastor wearing skinny jeans and there's fog machines and bright lights and pop Christian music that I just can't stand. So I mean, I do pray about it. I try to pray every single day, and I don't have that overwhelming urge to find a church. Now, I do have community. We're part of a homeschool community that is Christian based, and we're on a break right now, but we go once a week, and the curriculum that we do for our kids is a Christian based curriculum. So I'm not completely, isolated from my Christianity, but I don't go to church. No.
So what does make you feel holy? What helps you connect with God?
Well, just being thankful for everything I do have and for the blessings that God has bestowed on myself and my family. But being honest, being truthful, I think that's like the crux of Christianity is speaking in the truth. So no matter what, just as what Peterson said, like speak the truth or at least don't lie. Like yes. And that I think that's the core of Christianity. And so I don't feel like some guilty Christian for not going to a church because I don't feel like church is the right place for myself or my family right now. At least, I mean, I'm not saying it's not out there. Maybe I haven't found it yet. So yeah.
Okay, I have a theory that we all do not tend to see the world as it is. We all tend to see the world as we are. So people who are depressed tend to see the world through a lens of looking for facts that confirm their depression. People who are happy tend to look at the world through a lens that seeks out facts that confirm their happiness. What do you think about this theory? Do you think we see the world as it is, or do you think people primarily see the world as they are and they then superimpose their lens on reality?
For sure, like definitely. I think everybody's life experiences will alter the way they look at the world. I mean, I don't know. Like I've had a lot of life experiences. Like maybe I'm a little bit different than most, but being a female going into the military really altered my view on male-female relationships. Living in a place like California for almost a decade really altered my view on different cultures and races. So yeah, like I definitely think there is truth to that.
How would you rate life in America, with 10 out of 10 being heaven on earth and 0 out of 10 meaning hell? How would you rate America?
Oh my gosh. I mean, there's so many different ways you can rate it. You can say, okay, we do have free speech, and we do have our Second Amendment, and both of which I utilize. So I feel like, I don't know, that's kind of that is a tough question. I can say, okay, we do have our First, Second Amendment, we have our Constitution, but at the same time, I'm watching the demographics of my country change. And at that point, it's like, what are these people going to continue on with what my ancestors founded and created? Are they going to continue on with the culture? It's like, in that aspect, I would give it, I'd probably give it a 2. Because it's not just the foreigners, it's also the Gen Alpha, the Zoomers, the Millennials. You know, they've also contributed to this degradation of society. So I don't know. We have a constitution, so yes, you could say technically that's a 10. But all the other, like, society, social aspects, the public school system, it's just garbage. So that's like a 2.
So your interactions with Indians, have they been equally negative to positive? Have they been more negative than positive? Have they been more positive than negative? How would you rate your overall interactions?
Maybe 50-50 if you go based off just Indians. They really do not like dogs. I'm a dog owner, so I remember there was a lake near my apartment complex, and I'd go walk my dogs, and just the reactions they would get about dogs. There was an off-leash area, and I let my Australian Shepherd off the leash, and the first thing it did, as a dog would do, was, you know, chasing some of the wildlife birds, and these Indians whipped out their phones, started recording, saying they're going to call the police. It's like, okay, whatever. A lot of times too, when you walk your dog, like, they jump off the sidewalk because they're like terrified or disgusted by them. At that same apartment complex, everywhere you walk, it's just reeks of their food. In the restaurants, like I said earlier, they take their shoes off and they're putting their feet all over the chairs and nice restaurants. So I mean, I don't know, you call it a culture thing, I'm not sure. But I've also had good experiences where I've never personally been mistreated by an Indian. Like, they were never rude to me, called me names or anything like that. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but I don't want to live with them. Oh, and also driving, if you want to count that. I kind of consider that somewhat important because I'm on the road, and if I'm on the road with my family and these people are, you know, causing havoc on the roads, and it's a serious problem. And you do see that. I was just in the Bay Area last year and earlier this year, and my God, those people can't drive. It's like, it's really, really bad. So yeah, I don't know. I guess 50-50.
And what about your experiences with your own people? Are they 50-50 or are they 10-1 positive? How would you rank them?
For the most part, it's always been positive. Like, I've never had an issue with I guess my own people. Like, you get the dicks that are just, you know, the boomers. I was with a friend of mine one time, and she had opened the door, and I guess it was very tiny. It was like a Whole Foods parking lot in California, so you probably understand. But it was a very small parking spot. She opened the door to put her baby in the back seat, and when she did, she barely, like, touched the car next to her. And these old boomers come out, and he just starts berating her for having the door just touch his BMW. Meanwhile, he had like a golden retriever on the back seat, but he was just being an ass about it. I mean, there's always things like that. You're gonna have it, but overall, it's always been pleasant. Especially if I'm in a foreign spot, like out in California, and I hear somebody with a Southern drawl, I'm like immediately drawn to them. Like, this is my people here, you know. But most of, like, 90% of the time, my interactions with whites is always positive.
And what about East Asians, meaning Japanese, Chinese, and Koreans in America?
Yeah, definitely overwhelmingly positive. The driving, that's of course, like the Indians, the East Asians can't drive. And they're culturally it's different around those people. Indians are pretty much the same way, but if you were to go into, say, a busy mall and you're walking around, like, Asians will just bump into you, not say sorry or excuse me. I don't know, is it cultural maybe? But it's like they just don't care. Their awareness of bubbles, like a personal bubble, is just non-existent. That's just me complaining, but overwhelmingly positive when it comes to, East Asians.
Right. And what, if anything, do you miss about California?
God, I really hate to say this, but damn it, you're forcing me to. Probably the food. Lots of good food in California. Not just the foreign food, but you go to San Francisco, any restaurant you go to is just going to be amazing. Also miss the scenery. People forget how beautiful California is. In terms of mountains and the redwood and sequoia forest. So I do miss that. We would visit Lake Tahoe a lot. So yeah, I miss the scenery and yeah, I guess food.
Okay. I got to run off in a couple of minutes. Anything that you want to add that we haven't covered?
Well, I've had a question real quick for you. Since I did read David Duke's, or I listened to his book, how on God's green earth did you
convert to Judaism?
Yes. Like, come on, Luke, you have to know. Like, did you just pick the winning team, or I mean, this is a legit question because I thought about you as I was listening.
Right. So I read probably at least the first quarter or third of the book. Haven't read the whole thing, so I didn't get to where he critiqued Jews. But the initial impetus was that I believe that God gave the Bible, the Torah, to Jews, and so I believe that there's a connection between the Jewish people and God. And then I believe that the traditional way of life that Judaism has developed is a profound way of life that has tremendous ability to ennoble people. I feel quite at home with the Jewish personality of being highly verbal and highly emotive and just very expressive, and that you can be quite blunt about the world around you. And I quite like the Jewish skill set, right? Jews have a very low rate of criminal violence. They have a pretty high rate of rhetorical violence. They tend to be quite emotionally intense. They tend to be highly competitive and accomplished. So I feel quite at ease in Jewish company. On the other hand, I recognize that Jews, like all groups, benefit from accurate criticism, and that just as sometimes non-Jews treat Jews badly, sometimes Jews behave in ways that are to the disadvantage of non-Jews. And I recognize that when Osama bin Laden attacked the United States on 9/11, he stated as one of his 3 reasons for the attack was American support for the state of Israel. So that sobered me up to the enormous price that the United States has paid for supporting Israel, and that helped me to have more empathy for those who would prefer a different America-Israel relationship. So those are some things off the top of my head. I don't see any people, any tribe as being particularly satanic. I just see every group as having strengths and weaknesses. That, say, people from Northern Europe, they have certain strengths and weaknesses. People from Northeast Asia have certain strengths and weaknesses. That Ashkenazi Jews have certain strengths and weaknesses. That Sephardic Jews have strengths and weaknesses. That West Africans have strengths and weaknesses that are somewhat different from the strengths and weaknesses of East Africans. And that how any particular people will display and build a community will depend on its setting, its environment, and its situation. So I don't look at the world in terms of this group is good and this group is bad. And I know you want more, but we'll have to do that another time because I want to wrap up the show before it hits 5 hours, and then it creates certain technical problems for me. So.
Oh wait, no, that's fine. No, I appreciate you for having me on and talking. Yeah, we'll definitely have to continue on this conversation because you know, it's just very interesting because you're not stupid. You know what you're talking about, and I've watched your Torah talks before, and man, you read the Torah with an alt-right perspective, and it gets very interesting. Nonetheless,
I'll try to read David Duke's book with regard to the Jews and formulate some thoughts, but